Chaos Theory, widely considered to be the best Splinter Cell game in the series. And I can see why. Compared to Splinter Cell 1, there's even more ways to take on obstacles and even more tactical agency than any other Splinter Cell game or port before it. For most players, there's a lot of freedom to go as shallow or as deep with the mechanics as you want. You can play as aggressively as you like, or as stealthily as you like. Well, almost as stealthily as you like. It's not a perfect game. The game has a couple of sections that are complete dice rolls for stealth, because the developers didn't test the enemy AI infighting interactions very well, or simply neglected to make those sections not suck. But is the other 95% of the game fun? Hell yeah it is! It's absolutely stellar, and I had a lot of fun working on this run. And now it's time to show you guys what I came up with after stress testing it for no damage. Here's the criteria. 1. No damage. Sam Fisher cannot get hit by bullets, explosions, or take any fall or environmental damage. Very straightforward, just don't lose health. There's no instances where you are forced to take damage in this game. 2. 100% efficiency rating. Perfect marks on every results screen. Clear every main objective and sub-objective, don't get detected, and don't otherwise aggro enemies in any way, shape, or form. And finally, number 3, no kills. There are a couple of spots where Fisher automatically unalives specific story characters, but this will not increase the kill count. Incapacitation and distraction are your best friends. Before we start the video, don't forget to check out the pinned comment. There's a link to my Patreon where you can watch this and other videos ad-free and uncut. And there's also a link to a no commentary version if you hate my voice or something crap like that. Anyway, let's get the show on the road. Strap in, get comfy, and enjoy this 100% no damage stealth run of Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Hello everyone. This is an expert mode, no damage, no kills, no alarms, 100% playthrough of Splinter Cell Chaos Theory on the PC version. There are 2 versions of Chaos Theory. This version is for PC and Xbox, with another version for PS2 and GameCube, and many other versions for handheld systems. I don't get a flat 0 for all my stats, because this game is mega jank, but the purpose of this walkthrough is to show the easiest strats I could find to get 100% on all levels on Expert.
Looks like a Chinese Jiangwei-class cruiser with a North Korean destroyer escort.
Events in the Yellow Sea took a turn for the worse today when North Korean and Chinese forces blockaded and boarded a Japanese cargo ship. The North Korean government released no official statement, and their ambassador remained out of contact. While at the UN, Chinese Ambassador Long Dan urged the U.S. and her longtime Japanese allies to remain calm, calling the blockades a legitimate response to what the rest of Asia views as a possible remilitarization of Japan.
This blockade is an act of war. The NSC is working on a formal response, and they've ordered the USS Walsh to close at flank speed. The Walsh is the most advanced spy ship in history. My best man will be on board. What do you know? Chinese and North Korean ships working together again.
It's what we expected.
That's a 056 prototype, Chinese.
Exactly.
How are your sea legs?
I haven't lost them.
Good. Because the 056 prototype isn't the only new fish in the pond.
Admiral Toshiro Otomo, head of Japan's newly formed Information Self-Defense Force, had this to say.
This is another distressing attempt by China and North Korea.
to further depress our faltering economy. The ISDF and Japan appeal to our allies for the military support promised us under the post-war constitution of 1946.
The fact remains that in the eyes of many in Asia, the ISDF itself is a violation of the post-war constitution, prohibiting Japan from maintaining a military force capable of striking beyond its borders. In Asia, the memories of Imperial Japan are still fresh.
I'm afraid I have no recollection of that, Senator.
That's right. It has been a while.
Nice gondola you got here.
Well, thanks. I got a space set up for you in the forecastle. You can make yourself to home and, no one will even know you're here.
Fisher, an American engineer named Bruce Morgenholt has been kidnapped by a Peruvian separatist group called the People's Voice. Their suspected leader, Hugo Lacerda, is a hardcore revolutionary preaching information warfare as the only realistic means to achieve revolution in modern society. We need you to get in there and recover or destroy any information Morgenholt may have been forced to divulge, and if possible, rescue him. As for Lacerda, he's just been bumped onto our target of opportunity list. So if you have a shot, take it.
Hostage rescue isn't normally our bag, but Morgenholt was part of Project Watson, the UN committee that studied Philip Mass's handiwork after Georgia. Some people are worried that this kidnapping is just a cover-up, and that Morgenholt is being interrogated for classified information about the Mass kernels. Fact is that some of the tricks Mass came up with could be used to do a lot of damage. We need to contain that information at all costs.
The target area is a lighthouse attached to an abandoned Spanish colonial-era fortification and some nearby structures. We don't have an exact location on Morgenholt, so you'll have to find him yourself. Insertion will be at night by Zodiac onto the beach beneath the fort. Thermal imaging shows that there are some old natural and semi-natural caves under the fort, so you may be able to use those for infiltration.
All right, Fisher. The helicopter will drop you a few kilometers offshore in the Zodiac. You'll have one of my Zodiacs and logistical support in and out of the target area. Extraction will be by helicopter from the top of the lighthouse.
Displace International holds the contract with Wright Pritchard Technologies to protect their VIPs in potentially hostile situations. We did a thorough threat evaluation for their project in Peru, and we accepted the VIP detail on Morgenholt. The guys who came after him knew what they were doing. This was not a tourist grab. I lost 3 good men in the snatch, and I'm currently preparing a rescue plan for approval from Morgenholt's family and Wright Pritchard. This is going to cost Displace a lot of money.
We're going to choose the stealth loadout. Generally, we want to choose either stealth or Redding's recommendation, depending on the level. I think I only choose Redding's recommendation in like 1 or 2 levels, but for the most part, we're going to use sticky shockers and ring airfoils a lot, so we want to choose stealth.
I'm hearing gunfire down there, Fisher. Everything all right?
It's coming from up ahead, but Lambert. When I think guerrilla, I think Kalashnikov.
What do you mean?
I've had enough AKs fired at me in my time to tell you that wasn't one.
All right. See if there's anything unusual going on with their equipment, and keep us posted.
First things first, we're going to go to the left side of the bridge, go down and go into this little hole over here, and then we're going to pull a ring airfoil and knock this dude out. Aim it at his head, because there's an arc.
Yeah, they got themselves a little stockpile of high-tech kit here.
Try and find out where they got it. See if those crates have SSCC barcodes on them and scan them with your EEV. The SSCC code is lot 1 of 5. See if you can find the other 4.
I'll do my best.
So the way bodies are found is different in Chaos Theory. I'll explain it a little bit, but don't worry. You can leave that guy in broad daylight and the other guards won't find him.
He's had enough when he can't talk. Talking? Madre de Dios, he hasn't been able to speak for an hour. He could be faking it. Jesus!
See, I bet he's faking it.
Faking it? His tongue is a lump of coal. His brain is... Enough! Saul, give him more.
It's already at the maximum.
What?
Should I bring down another battery?
What do you say, amigo? You want another battery? Wait a minute. His
ears! Look! Smoke!
I think I'm going to be ill.
I think he's dead.
Only one way to be sure.
I'm going for a walk.
So my dumbass didn't realize that going to this shadow over here would put me in the light. So I had to make a little bit of an emergency maneuver here by climbing on top of this crate over here. Because normally what he does is he goes up the ramp and he goes to the loo up there.
Not a trace.
We don't have to worry about the other guy seeing us, but I still wanted to give it some time. But normally what I like to do is I like to knock this guy out with an airfoil and then abduct the second guy for the dialogue.
I already don't like you. Don't make it worse for yourself.
Who are you?
Shut up. Why did you torture Morgan Holt?
Lacerda told us to.
Why? What does he want to know?
Math problems. Programmer stuff. I don't get it.
You're just the stupid one who likes to hurt people, huh?
Exactly.
Can you think of a reason why the world wouldn't be a better place without you?
Please.
I didn't think so. Stinks.
It doesn't sound too good down there, Fisher.
The sound isn't the problem. You should smell it.
You're sure he's dead?
Deader than Elvis.
All right. Leave the body. We still need to recover any traces of the interrogation. Grim will call you back. Fisher, I said leave the body. We don't have the means to extract him.
Just because he's dead doesn't mean I need to leave him here hanging like a piece of meat.
Don't get too connected, Fisher. I need you to stay rational.
You can spare 30 seconds for some simple dignity.
Sam, it's Grim. We need to make sure that whatever Morgan Holt might have told them about Mash's algorithms never leaves this site.
Okay.
I detected a wireless link coming from the technician who left the room before you entered.
So I'll need to recover any data he might have uploaded to their servers.
Exactly.
From the looks of it, these gorillas have a pretty temporary setup. Seems unlikely they have any kind of alarm system on location.
Good. Hi there. You look important.
I am loyal. You will get no information from me.
Really? It looks like you forgot to shave this morning. Let me help you out a bit.
Huh? You can't! Hey, what are you doing? Okay. What do you want to know?
I'm looking for Lacerda. He's been behaving very badly lately.
Well, you're wasting your time, American. He left on a boat an hour ago. He could be anywhere by now.
I guess I'll just have to follow him then. Don't worry. He won't slip away.
I hope the water is warm.
I think that confirms it, Fisher.
Yeah, seems like Lacerda's long gone.
We'll see if we can track him through Echelon. Don't worry about him for now. We'll keep you posted.
So one of the things that will impact your stealth rating, which is the percentage rate that you get at the end of every level, like, shooting guards probably counts against you, but knocking out guards does not count against you. But the only thing that actually counts as enemies discovering bodies is if an actual, like, enemy character walks up and sees a body. There are no body sweeps like there were in Splinter Cell 1 and Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. So we don't got to worry about that ever again. Well, maybe we do, but just not in this Splinter Cell.
4 of the 5 crates, Sam. Keep your eyes peeled for the last one.
It's Hernandez. Hernandez? No. He's injured? Worse. No. Dead? Worse. He's been traded to the Melgar Football Club. Traded? No. Impossible.
Climb up here during this dialogue.
I swear, it's the truth. If you are mistaken, I swear on the...
Get the OCP ready.
I will cut off your head and use it as a bowling ball. It's true. Check the paper. I'm going to kill myself.
There was something there just a moment ago.
After they're done, we're going to use the OCP, knock out the light, and run and jump directly. There's like no reason to go in between those guards, ever. You're gonna duck this guy for more dialogue.
Why did you torture Morgan Holt?
Lacerda! He wants algorithms! Some kind of computer algorithm!
What does a second-rate communist revolutionary want with a computer algorithm?
I don't know! I don't even think Lacerda knows! I think someone might have hired us!
What makes you think that?
I don't know. Lacerda! He's been making lots of deals! Something's going on! I don't know what!
But you don't know who he's been talking to.
No!
And you're not much good to me anymore.
After we choke this guy out, we gotta use the computer in order to complete this next mission. I was trying out the scanner to see if I couldn't hack it remotely, but I think there's no place to hack this remotely. We just walk up to it.
That server is the one that the tech transferred the interrogation record to. You'll need to access it. Good work, Sam. That wiped whatever information Morganhold might have given them.
Won't they wonder what happened to it?
It was easy enough to make your little intrusion look like a memory allocation error. Don't worry, we give you the best tools.
Also, sticky cameras and diversion cameras are now merged into the same device, so we're going to shoot it at these guys, and
Thunderstorms make me nervous.
we can just pop the gas, knock them both out.
I was a boy in Granada when the Americans invaded in '83. My father was in the army. When he realized we could not win, he led us into the mountains with some of his men, and all of our families.
And?
The Americans caught up with us one night in the middle of a thunderstorm. A thunderstorm like this one.
What happened?
They struck in the dark. We never heard them, never saw them. They timed their fire with the thunder. The bodies dropped in the darkness. With each flash of lightning, there would be more corpses.
Did your family survive?
They left the women and children. No, the Americans are not butchers. But since that night, I've always been afraid of the thunder.
Well, you're scaring me too.
But yeah, no worries, don't gotta worry about anyone discovering them. Then we'll scan this last crate and be on our way.
We can analyze the intelligence you gathered from those crates. It makes a lot of people's jobs a whole lot safer.
How come no one ever does things to make my job safer?
If you want me to hire some more analysts to interpret information for you, I can do that.
On second thought, the danger's not so bad.
Now we'll equip the sticky shocker one more time. There's 2 more enemies we gotta knock out. One on top of the lighthouse and another over there. So the sticky shockers are hit scan. They no longer fire in an arc like they did in the original game, or in Pandora Tomorrow. So you can snipe dudes with the sticky shocker, and it's actually quite nice. Don't gotta shoot out this light over here either. Just go. We're pretty much done with the mission at this point.
Evening star to Maria Narcisa, come in. Evening star to Maria Narcisa, come in.
Maria Narcisa here. Go ahead, evening star.
Cargo received, Maria Narcisa. It all checks out.
Roger that. Our crew's aboard, and we have cleared your beacon.
Affirmative, Maria.
Maria Narcissa.
You're not trying to set me up on another blind date, I hope.
The Maria Narcissa is a boat.
So was the last girl you set me up with.
Fisher.
Sorry.
The Maria Narcissa is a cargo ship owned and operated by Celestina Inc., a Portuguese shipping company. Registered in the Philippines, cross-Pacific freight contracts. Lots of details missing.
Sounds suspicious.
Sounds like I'm setting you up for another date after all.
Can't wait to meet her.
Fisher, your primary objectives are complete. We can extract you whenever you're ready. You'll need to signal for a helicopter pickup from the top of the lighthouse. Make sure the light is out first.
Will do.
So 2 objectives had to get cancelled, but still 100% success rating.
The body of kidnapped American computer engineer Bruce Morgenholt was discovered in a village in Peru this morning. Implicated in the kidnapping and failed ransom attempt is Hugo Lacerda, alleged leader of the People's Voice, a newly formed guerrilla organization. Here we see the USS Clarence E. Walsh en route to the Yellow Sea for her first assignment amid rising tensions in the region. Dubbed the flagship of a 21st century fleet by Defense Secretary Mason, who reaffirmed America's commitment to our Japanese allies.
It is our hope that the presence of the Walsh, now the world's premier electronic and information warfare platform, will help diffuse the tensions in the region.
Information you recovered in Peru makes it look like Hugo Lacerda was contracted by a third party to kidnap and interrogate Morgenholt. His payment was in weapons. He appears to be using those arms to equip his own men and pay off debts to other guerrilla groups. Maybe Lacerda is a nickel-ante loser, but maybe he's learned some things from Morgenholt that we don't want anyone to know. The Maria Narcissa is out to sea, so there's no escape. Board her, search her, find out who Lacerda's been dealing with, and then make sure he doesn't have an opportunity to spread what he knows. Fifth freedom.
What Morgenholt knew about the mass kernels, recursive computation, and weaponized algorithms is akin to what Oppenheimer knew about atoms or what Turing knew about digital computers. Project Watson, the United Nations investigation into the mass kernels, will be remembered for centuries alongside the Manhattan Project as fundamental research that changed the nature of warfare forever. Imagine if Che Guevara had kidnapped and interrogated Oppenheimer in 1959, and you have a pretty accurate parallel of the situation we're in right now.
We're going to send the helicopter out about 40 clicks ahead of the Maria Narcissa and leave you in the water on her course. You'll board covertly onto the bow. Search the ship and the holds. Find out what you can about the arms shipments and who Lacerda is dealing with. Satellite imaging shows the Maria Narcissa racks a small launch on the stern. That will be your primary extraction. If things go badly, we might be able to arrange to pluck you out of the sea.
We'll keep the Walsh inside a helicopter range of the target vessel at all times. If something goes wrong, we should be able to assist in extraction. If you play it safe, we'll recover you when the ship's launched from open water once you're out of visual range of the ship.
Fisher, We just pulled up Celestinia's last dry dock report for the Maria Narcissa. They have a newly installed central alarm system.
Don't tell me. 3 alarms and the mission is over?
Of course not. This is no video game, Fisher. But you don't want the whole place alerted to your presence. Keep it under control.
Alright, so choose stealth, and we're going to go out to the far end on the starboard side of the ship. And then jump over back to this side. We're going to use an airfoil round on this guy. The reason why I choose to use an airfoil is because trying to actually melee him is really, really janky. And sometimes he'll just like wake up for seemingly no reason whatsoever. You're trying to get close to him, you're trying to get that grab character prompt. Or even like just mashing the knockout button. Fisher just won't do it unless you're at a very specific
Fisher, it looks like
lineup, like a very specific setup.
Found wealth,
it's stupid.
Debts with some of the arms that were delivered to him.
You want me to scan any more weapons crates?
Better idea. Plant tracking devices on them, and we can see who they end up getting delivered to.
Okay.
Good job, Sam. That's the first crate. Keep your eyes peeled for any more.
All right.
You also can't shoot out the light above that guard either because he'll wake up.
Intercepted a radio call from the Maria Narcissa. She's reporting a hull leak and asking for an escort.
The ship is sinking.
No, but apparently several compartments are flooded. You'll need to activate the bilge in the forward machine room to access all the cargo holds.
Next, gonna sneak up to this guy, knock him out. Punch buggy, no punch back. No one's gonna find his body, don't worry.
There should be a large pump in here that you can use to drain the forward cargo hold.
I'll find it.
You gonna stop? This light's broken.
We're gonna shoot out the light here, and even with the frame rate locked at 60 FPS, by the way, lock your frame rate to 60 if you're playing on PC, because otherwise the dangling lights are just going to like spaz out and just like swing around everywhere.
Good job. That'll drain the flooded compartment.
But basically all the physics and AI is all tied to the frame rate, so be careful.
All right.
I'm betting that Lacerda's shipping container is somewhere in this compartment. The bill of lading should be mounted on the side.
I'll have a look around.
Good work, Sam. It looks like whoever delivered these arms to Lacerda was operating through a proxy.
Who?
Mercantil Costa Fuerza Seguridad de Panama.
Offshore bankers?
Yeah, the cigar-chomping kind.
Great. I love bureaucrats.
You still need to recover the transit ledgers so we can figure out who else Lacerda is dealing with. Try the ship's office. They should have that information.
Ay. Have you had a look around this boat?
Yeah.
Tell me you found the library.
Somewhere on the top deck, on the sides, and there's a powered launch on the stern.
Think there is enough for everyone?
Yeah, I wouldn't trust them.
Sensors in your suit are detecting a lot of fumes down there.
Yeah, I can smell it. Some kind of gas leak.
Could be enough to be a serious explosive hazard. We can't have any firing in the engine room.
Wonderful.
And don't expect the enemy to be smart enough to realize that. They might still open fire on you if they see you.
I get the message. I'll be discreet.
So, gotta be super careful here because that light is in a very awkward position and there's really nothing that you can do to like keep this guard from seeing you sometimes. You just have to be kind of quick with getting up and hope that the guard just goes. I think it might have something to do with the cycle of the other guard, because there's supposed to be some dialogue between these guys. But as long as that guard clears, and as long as you're not like 3 feet in front of him, he won't see you. But it's like, even in the dark, if you're like 3 feet in front of a guard, then he will see you, and he will open fire. This whole room will explode.
All done. All done. All done.
We're waiting for this guy to come out of the door here, and we're going to get up on the wall, because if we get up on the wall, then enemies will only see you if you are 1 foot in front of them as opposed to 3 feet. So we'll wait for him to turn around, and bing, bang, boom, knock him out. Then we'll open this door, and the door at the end of the hallway here, and scan this crate over here. This is number 2.
Sam, you're near the ship's office. This deck, starboard side.
I'll find the transit ledgers there.
That's where they should be keeping them.
If you put a camera on the drawer over here, then you wait for these guys to initiate dialogue. Then you can knock them both out.
They say Lacerda's container is full of sugarcane and coconuts from a man named Nikaryakov in Malaysia.
Nikaryakov. I remember that name.
Nikaryakov is a code name that Philippine drug dealers use to indicate arms shipments.
So instead of nuts from Malaysia, Lacerda got guns from an imaginary Russian?
Exactly. Now why don't you go find out where Lacerda is hiding?
The captain probably knows where he is.
Good idea. Why don't you head to the bridge and ask?
Okay, Sam. Judging by the numbering on the crates, that's about half of them. See if you can find the rest.
Now this part is really awkward. There's not really anything you can do except just keep the door closed and wait for this dialogue to finish.
Hey, Toma! Have you seen Lacerda? No, but I heard him yelling at someone a few minutes ago. That's why I came here. What was he yelling about this time? Complaining about his quarters or something. Bastard. Thinks now that he's got a little cash, he's king of the world. He'll get his one of these days. You'll see.
So we'll shoot out the light, we'll open the door, we'll go through once that other guy goes into the kitchen. Now the other guy is the main problem that we have to deal with here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way over here and we're going to wait for him. We're going to wait.
Coffee in the world.
And the coffee tastes like bad guano.
Exactly. What's up with that?
Because Captain Diego buys the cheapest coffee he can find.
Why?
Because cheap coffee sweats more. Makes it harder for the dogs to smell what's hidden inside the coffee.
Ah, that makes sense. Still, wouldn't mind a good cup of coffee.
Tell me about it.
Once this guy starts walking the other way, we're going to grab him. And then we're going to drag him over here. And then... Shh, 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 shh. Go to sleep.
Good job, Sam. 2 more crates to go.
There was actually no reason for me to drag that body downstairs. I just kind of did. Once we get up here, one of the guards in one of the cabins is busy playing...
Way to go, Fisher. 1 more crate to go.
Discount French-Canadian Offspring.
See me, Capitan. Make your heading 88 degrees, 6 minutes. Maintain speed.
Sí, señor.
Scopes are clear?
Sí, señor.
Gracias.
I hear you have a special passenger tonight.
What? Who?
I'm the guy who's here to cash the checks Lacerda's been writing. Where is he?
That son of a... He was provoking my men, so I gave him my own cabin to shut him up.
That's very kind of you.
Be careful. He brought some personal bodyguards. They look dangerous.
I'm not afraid of Lacerda's thugs.
No, they're not Peruvian. They're Europeans, I think. Bros.
Thanks for the tip.
The pleasure is all mine.
So Lacerda is holed up in the captain's quarters.
Where's that?
3rd deck, port side. The 2 interior stairwells are the only access to that deck.
After you knock out the captain, then Lacerda will spawn in the captain's quarters.
I tell you, never in my life have I been so insulted.
I don't see why you're so upset. He got you past the inspection. You think it's easy to get through the canal zone with all the crackdowns these days?
I don't care if it's hard. You think my job is easy? No. But this insult, forcing me to bribe an inspector out of my own pocket. No. This big shot, this Vice President, Señor Segundo Ruiz de Medeiros. Ha! I'll show him.
Fine.
Mark my words. I'll make him pay. I'll make him pay double, or my name is not Hugo Lacerda.
Great.
I need another drink. Let me see. Now where would that...
Shh. Don't make a scene.
Madre de Dios!
Not exactly. But if it makes you feel better to pray.
Please don't kill me! Please let me go. I won't tell them I saw you.
You don't understand what's happening here, do you? Morgenholt. Your goons tortured him to death, and I'm holding you responsible.
Oh, no! It's not my fault!
The only thing worse than a coward is a liar. You gave the order, and now you're gonna die for it.
Please!
First, tell me who contracted you to kidnap him.
I don't know. I swear! I was contacted indirectly. I was warned not to try and find out. I'm a coward. Please!
Good job, Fisher. I'll inform the Joint Chiefs that Lacerda is no longer a threat. Primary objectives are completed. We can extract you whenever you're ready.
So Lacerda, Sam just shatters his spine, and there's nothing he can really. You can't just knock out Lacerda. Like Lacerda just dies because that's what he's supposed to do. It doesn't count against your stats. We're gonna go out this door. We're just gonna sneak up.
I love the smell of the ocean air.
All I smell is burning oil and vomit.
That was the last of the weapons crates, Sam. Now we'll be able to track them wherever they go and see just how connected Lacerda is.
Enjoy it while you can.
After we scan the last crate, we're gonna steer clear of the light on the way to the ladder. Like that light on the wall there, we just need to steer clear of it, and then we can climb back up and hit the extraction. And we're done with cargo ship.
With still no word from the North Korean government, China's Long Dan again urged all sides to come to the bargain. We have now a late response by Admiral Toshiro Otomo of the Japanese ISDF.
Despite the ambassador's efforts, nothing has changed. The Japanese people must continue to endure harassment and humiliation. We eagerly anticipate the arrival of the...
Hey, I hear you're leaving us. Heading back for Panama.
Hate to eat and run, sir. We have a few loose ends to tie off before we can rejoin you.
Well, if you can make it back for the 4th of July, I'll show you one heck of a good time, boy.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Fisher, the arms that Lacerda had were purchased by someone using a Panamanian offshore bank as proxy. I want to take a peek inside their records. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as that. This op can't look like a U.S. intelligence gig, so to cover it up, you'll need to crack the bank's vault and lift some bearer bonds. Property of the French government.
I hit the bank's servers last night, but I didn't find much. All their workstations run drivers for plug-and-play hard drives. I'm guessing they secure them physically every night. Crazy world we live in where electronic intrusion is more of a threat than physical intrusion. Anyway, they probably store the drives in the main vault, meaning they're not going to be easy to get a hold of.
First, the good news. You've been in this bank before. You were part of a CIA raiding team that went in '89 looking for some of Noriega's drug money. Most of the intelligence we have on the bank actually comes from your team. The bad news is that we have a lot of physical security. Lasers, motion sensors, locked doors, cameras, the whole lot. And none of it was there in '89. We've also contacted a specialist to help crack the vault. You better talk to him.
Look, I don't know who you are or why I'm helping you, other than it's better than staring at the ceiling in my cell. I hear you have to face some Mason Wells 88. Well, it ain't a one-man job, but they tell me you can do the work of 5 men. Fine, I says. I had your mate Willie make a little deposit for you. You'll be needing some things from a safety deposit box in the little vault that we can use to crack the main one.
We'll continue on our course for the Yellow Sea and send you back by helicopter to Panama City. I have no authorization to act inside Panamanian borders, so you'll be operating covertly out of the embassy. You and your partner will be on your own in Panama.
Choosing stealth for this loadout.
Hey, Emilio, did you see these new motion sensing lights? No. What do they do?
First things first, for consistency's sake, I'm going to take out all the guards in this area. There's 3 of them.
That's amazing. Like magic. I'm going to take one of those from my garage. Imagine it. You pull up in your car, and the driver lights up.
We'll go over to this, the left-hand side. We do that, all the lights shut off. That guy really needed to sneeze. Too bad.
Tell me something about your security systems.
Okay. We have motion sensors out here, newly installed.
Motion sensors?
See, they turn on the lights.
Oh, no alarms, just lights. Like for your garage.
No, for my garage. Are you kidding? Those things are expensive. High tech.
Yeah, whatever.
Fisher, I just synced your OPSAT with intelligence on the bank that you and your team gathered back in '89.
The memories.
Yeah. Judging from your report, sounds like it was quite a vacation.
It was, actually. I spent most of the rest of that year sleeping in a ditch on the road between Baghdad and Kuwait.
Oh well, if it's any consolation, I had a bad year that year too.
What? You weren't working for the government during the Gulf War?
No, I was in 10th grade.
Oh, right. Yuck.
A few days of life support. That's what they...
Is someone moving around out there? Who? Don't know who. That's why I'm worried.
So the next, we're going to go switch off the lights again in order to bait the guards back over to the switch. Usually whenever guards throw down these glow sticks like that,
Just another false alarm.
it's usually at your last known position where they thought they saw you. So I'm going to equip a sticky camera, and I'm going to wait for them both to bunch up over here. This is not a consistent strat, but when it works, it's easy. Now we can run around here as much as we like. I don't think there's any other security cameras in the courtyard. We hear the one in the lobby of the bank, but yeah, we just run under this security camera here and we're good to just climb the ladder.
Fisher, I've got a copy of a work order here that the bank filed with their insurance company. It says the dome windows over the lobby are magnetically locked. See if you can find a breaker or junction box up here and power down the locks.
Right.
If at all possible, I usually just like to break locks.
Good work, Sam. That shut down the magnetic locks on the windows. Hey, wait a minute. Power spike. The lobby. It looks like a laser grid just came online.
Lasers. Lasers are so...
90s?
I was going to say 70s. Can you please stop making me feel old?
Got bad news for you, Sam. You are old.
Fisher, here's our advisor. He'll walk you through the steps that'll get you into that vault. Be patient with him.
Oh, he's one of those.
Right. Hello? Is this thing on then?
It's on. I'm here. Have you been briefed?
Whatever. Listen, this is a Mason Wells 88. Each one is unique. You want to get a butcher's up this girl's skirt. First thing you need to do is authorize an opening.
How do I do that?
The bank president and treasurer will each have an authorization lock in their office. There'll be another one in the security office. You'll need to disable all 3.
Okay.
You can use the OCP to disable the lasers. Well, one laser. You could turn off all the lasers on the computer if you want, but it's not necessary.
I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Shh. I'm here to rob the place.
The teller's drawers. Each one maintains an overnight float of 1,000 balboas.
I'm not interested in petty cash.
You'll never crack the main vault. It's impregnable.
Then you won't mind if I try.
No, of course. You're the boss. Whatever you say.
What can you do to help me?
The retinal scanner here. I can unlock it.
That's very kind of you.
Retinal identification. Identification completed.
Once we use the retinal scanner, we'll knock him out. Then we're going to do a little tricky trick that we haven't utilized yet. I actually went back and recorded the first 5 levels to take advantage of this. So if you try to scan the monitor or the keyboard, it will not let you access the computer from far away. Instead, what we got to do is we got to sneak around. The guard can barely hear you, I think, because of the radio. But we're going to scan that tower right there, and then we're going to do security access. Now, what I would recommend is don't get used to locking the codes in place.
That's a relief. Our installer seems to be compatible with their local OS.
That's it? Just plug and play?
That's the idea. No fuss. Get all 8 of those forged mails uploaded.
Make the robbery look like an inside job.
Exactly.
Instead, just make note of what number is where.
What's going on?
I like to shoot this light out because there's a camera in here. That guy was busy taking a leak. And we disturbed him. So we're going to knock him out. Now, the reason why I put this guy's body over here was on the off chance that the other guard comes out, but I didn't know if that other guard was still sitting at the chair because there's some dialogue that happens between these 2 guards and they're supposed to normally be sitting at the chair. I actually probably could have used that opportunity to go ahead and scan the CPU. Sorry, not CPU, tower. I was a little nervous about this guard here, so I reoriented myself a bunch. I didn't want to be seen. Just trying to get myself in the doorway.
Did something just go past down there?
But he saw me. And instead of busting out that light and making him run faster towards this body that I have by this door because Pascarsi was a dummy. And just in the nick of time. Hi-ya! And there we go. Now we can scan this. But yeah, this is why I don't like to crutch on locking things and just like take note of which ones light up. And if the last 2 digits don't light up, then do yourself, then just like pay attention to which ones don't light up, because you can figure out what the last digit is going to be through the process of elimination. Like for example, if it is 6-7, but 6-8, 6-6, and 6-9 don't light up, but you never see a 6-7 light up, then you can tell that it's going to be 6-7 based on the ones that don't light up. So just a little really, really quick process of deduction. Process of elimination. We're going to go ahead and break the lock here. Well, first I'm going to turn off the light here. There was actually no reason for me to go into this vent at all. I could have actually just gone through the retinal scanner door that we opened earlier, and that would have been like far safer than whatever it is that I just did right here. I was trying something different by clearing the first floor first. Normally what I do is I go through the second floor, and I do that instead.
No signs of anything here.
We're gonna wait for this guy to finish, finish the door over here.
Fix that, Paco. This is broken. The arm is dirty. Oh, sleep. Cleaning up after you. Always taking care of you so you can do your work. Oh, don't worry. If you break it, Paco will fix it. Paco is nothing better to do than fix every stupid little gold bricks. What was that code again? 8645. There we go. Now, what else can Paco fix for you?
I think I see something.
I was zooming in trying to see if I could enhance the volume of the dialogue a little bit, but no such luck. Instead, we're going to have to abduct Paco now. Or we could zap him, either or. But I think that it's funnier to abduct Paco.
No chance. It was way too big
Nope.
to be a bad
I don't see anything.
Because the dialogue in this game is too good.
Hello, Paco.
Who are you? What do you want?
I wanted to thank you for fixing the keypad on that door.
Yeah, that's Paco. Always doing the dirty work.
You want to tell me the door code now?
Sure, why not? It's 8645. You want me to write it down?
No, that's okay.
Paco doesn't give his numbers out to just anyone.
Paco is definitely my favorite guard in the whole game. My second favorite is the guard who should have stayed home because it's karaoke night. Now we can do 8645. If you're on PC, you can use your number pad to punch in the codes really quickly. Now we'll check the cabinet, check the wall, and upload the fake email on the computer.
No, Zerkazy. That's exactly what I didn't want to see.
Zerkazy, is that some kind of dried meat?
He's probably the best computational theorist in the world. He worked with Morgenholt on Project Watson. Word is he's gone off his nut.
Sounds like bad guy material to me.
Word around the office is he's got a fat...
In
And once we've uploaded the email, we can... Well, I chose to go back this way because I wanted to go over here and access this tower over here. We don't have to break into that room. We got a 40, a 40, a 6.6, and I didn't want to wait
That's half of the forged
for that first digit.
4 more to go.
Thanks. I've always found it hard to count past 3.
No need to be smarmy, Sam.
So we can also hack this door. Well, yeah. We can open this from the back this time, actually. That camera will see us, so be careful. Also make note of this crawl space right here. I disable this camera next, and I use the opportunity to climb this pipe and ignore the guy in the courtyard. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say the code was 3490.
Chilly.
So next we're going to hack that computer over there to turn off the fan. Once this guy comes in and sits down, he very kindly gave us the code.
Not the fan again.
Stupid piece of junk. How come the air conditioning in the president's office never fails? But our fan breaks every night.
Let's see. He's the president, and we are just security guards. Might as well have Noriega back.
Always the poor who suffer for the rich.
Tell me about it. Well, anyway, we better fix it.
No way. I ain't getting my hands dirty. Call that loser Paco up here and make him do it.
Hey, good idea.
Paco is busy taking a well-deserved nap. So you guys are SOL.
There.
I mean, if the timer is slower, then you can get away with like locking it.
Now just authorized from the president's office.
There's authorization number 2. We can't hack that one from far away. We have to actually like get up to it. The camera server. I got a 30 and a 10, and through process of elimination, I saw that the middle digit was not 6-7. And then we'll shut the door. Still move slowly. We don't need to knock those guys out. And once we go around here. 3490! Estúpido! Also, the door is closed, so we can just break the lock open. It's all good. There's a total of 8 emails that we have to upload. We got 19166. Last digit is the 20.
Next.
Right, that's authorization done. The outer cage to the vault should be opening as we speak.
Great.
Just inside the cage, there's a small vault full of safety boxes. Your mate dropped off some kit for you in one of them.
All right, I'll let you know when I'm there.
After dropping over here, I chose to use a sticky shocker on this guy because I didn't feel like waiting. Yeah, the sticky shockers, full hit scan, but they work on the very, very center of the crosshair. We don't have the code to this right here, so just gonna go back through this vent that I pointed out earlier. There's one more fake email that I needed to upload that I didn't. But we shut off the cameras already, so we can just like run through most of the rooms now.
Looks like more lasers ahead, Sam. This whole place is singing with photons.
There's a guard who seems to be walking around here, no problem.
Maybe he has some kind of beacon. Get close and you can stay in his electronic shadow.
You could zap this guy and then just like jump over the desk to the computer, but I wanted to get this dialogue here. Move at 2 units of speed. That's as fast as you can move without making any sound.
Trick you do with the lasers.
Okay? What? Oh, the grids. They detect some kind of signal emitted by a transmitter stitched into my uniform.
Give me the transmitter.
I don't know where it is. I swear. It's just stitched into my uniform somewhere.
That's bad news for you. Because I still need to get past the lasers. And since I don't want to undress you, that means I have to take your body.
My body? You mean my unconscious body? I hope.
Either way works for me.
You could also hack the computer remotely, of course. 6-7. Second digit is a 6-7. Third digit is a 20. Fourth digit is a 20. 192 isn't lighting up.
Great work, Fisher. One more forged mail and we're covered.
Doing my best.
Now we gotta make our way into the safe. Man, the old strat that I was using, I was like knocking out all of these dudes that were in this cage over here. In the safe deposit cage over here.
Sam, it's Will.
Turtle said one of these boxes had some equipment in it.
Chest level, right-hand side, number 1024.
Careful with that gear.
What is all this stuff?
The charges are for the vault, and the other thingamy-bob is a telemetric lockpick.
A telemetric lockpick?
Head down to the main vault. We'll walk you through it there. Alright, next you need to pop both of these locks at the same time.
That's what the telemetric pick is for.
Exactly. It reads your movements in one lock and mimics them in the other lock, real time.
You guys use some cool toys.
Right. Now once you get the feel for each pin, you have to wait a second for the telemetric pick to sync up. Once it beats, Bob's your uncle, you can pick the pin and move to the next one. Don't try and pick a pin before you're in sync, or you'll have to restart.
Right.
Alright, now place the charges over the main pins. Once they're all in place, well, I'm sure you can figure it out. And open sesame.
Lambert, we're in.
Great work. Sam, get in there and find those hard drives.
So be careful, there is a laser that will turn on the way out. I was trying to see if there was a way to disable it, but there actually is not. I'm pretty sure you could shoot out the lights on the outside of the room and be able to see the laser easier whenever you turn on your night vision goggles. That's one thing that I thought of while I was doing this particular attempt.
I have fragments of a message here from someone named Dvorak. Echelon doesn't have a file on him. Wait. Well, that's weird.
What?
The deleted messages. They're 512 encrypted. I haven't seen 512 since Philip Mass.
I killed Mass outside Severomorsk.
I remember. And it's confirmed. So this is someone with access to some seriously classified information.
Circazy?
That's a frightening possibility.
Great work, Fisher. Now any investigation into the robbery will only point back at the investigators.
So the Panamanian government will end up sending some innocent banker to prison?
Innocent if you don't count providing arms to revolutionaries.
Oh, right, I forgot. Bankers. Evil.
Good job, Fisher. Now the whole mission will look like a robbery. They'll never know why we were here.
Lambert, now that I'm holding 50 million bucks, I think we need to talk about that raise again.
25 cents an hour and not a penny more.
Deal.
Yeah, for some reason the laser didn't disappear, so I was like nervous.
Extract you as planned from the same location you were inserted.
Over the wall from the front courtyard?
That's right. Redding will be waiting for you nearby.
Who's there?
On my
I
way.
hear you moving. See, there it is again. I heard it that time. Hey, you! Come out here! Oh, nice one. Then the whole world will come.
But yeah, it's a straight shot to the exit. No cameras, no guards. We're all done. We just gotta get out of there before they find Paco's body. I'm a fan of this level. It's a good one.
So Zerkesi and Morgenholt are the only two people who ever saw those algorithms.
And Morgenholt is dead. And Zerkesi is connected to a mystery guest we know nothing about.
Dvorak.
Morgenholt and Zerkesi are geeks, not terrorists. Maybe this Dvorak is some kind of puppeteer.
No hitter, bottom of the 8th.
2-0, New York in the 8th. Akira Watanabe is on the mound. He's pure concentration, pure focus.
This is no coincidence. You're on your way to the Big Apple. Bruce Morgenholt and Abraham Zerkesi were partnered together on Project Watson, the UN committee that cracked the mass kernels. They're the ones who discovered 512 encryption, the same encryption used in the messages you recovered at MCAS Bank. If this so-called Dvorak person has somehow gotten his hands on mass-based IW algos, we're in a world of hurt.
I've been trying to penetrate Zerkesi's private network since we connected him to this mess. I've seen some tough network security before, and I expected Zerkesi to have top-of-the-line tech, but this is crazy. Zerkesi's server isn't just impenetrable or invisible, it's like looking for a shadow in a pitch-black room. It's driving me crazy.
Things are turning sour in New York. It's been 24 hours since the blackout, and no one has a clue when it might end. We've got sporadic reports of unrest all over Manhattan, but it hasn't started to spill over yet. Word coming down from above is that the National Guard will be deployed within the hour. We'll need to insert you into an alley behind a building adjacent to the target building. Watch out for civilians.
Fisher, the National Guard was deployed into Manhattan about an hour ago.
I feel safer already.
Watch your fire, Sam. Those boys aren't expecting to see you and they'll attack on sight. Do not, I repeat, do not kill any of them.
I'll be careful.
Good.
Stay calm. We're on the same side.
Jesus! Who are you?
I'm the monster in the closet. And I'm gonna let you go back to sleep as soon as you tell me how many men you have deployed out here.
There's just 8 of us in the squad, but there are more on the roof.
How many?
I don't know, I swear.
Thanks for the intel.
I'm not even a soldier. I work in a hardware store.
After we knock that guy out, we're going to pull out the SC pistol and OCP the light over here. This guy has a glow stick, so stay to the left and move kind of quick, but stay under the noise threshold. And then we're going to sit over here and wait for this guy to look the other direction. Excuse me. I swallowed some water, went down the wrong pipe. After this guy looks the other way, we're gonna...
Curious.
Oh, but then I went past the truck.
This thing's a mess.
And of course he's got himself a glow stick too. And that guy's got a flashlight. Narrowly escaped the jaws of defeat. Then we'll move this way while they're looking over that way and use the OCP to disable these emergency lights here.
Fisher, looks like the National Guard are trying to restore the power to the building's elevator. That's probably your best way to the top.
I'll see if I can hitch a ride.
It'll be a long climb if you don't.
We're going to wait for this guy to get done and move over to his toolbox to get another tool. And while he's doing that, we're going to dismount from the wall and go nice and slow to get past him. And then we're going to go towards the back wall and line ourselves up with the back wall. The reason that we do this is if we try to jump up onto the left lip, then there is a chance that Sam will not grab it and he'll just like fall to the floor and aggro the guards. So we don't want to do that.
What's the status on that elevator?
That's why I climb up that hole a weird way. And then we're going to climb up and the elevator is going to start automatically. Go ahead, YouTube. Sing Snake Eater. Do it. Once the elevator doors open, we're going to shoot out the light.
What happened to the light?
I cook an airfoil around here, but we're going to mount the wall because if you shoot an airfoil round, then there's a chance that you'll aggro him a split second before he gets knocked out because he hears your airfoil round. And what that will do is that will count against you. So we're going to pull out the SC-20K and fire because the noise threshold is loud enough for us to fire it without any guards detecting us. But they hear the giant Axe body spray sign shatter instead. Fuck Axe body spray, by the way. That shit reminds me of a fucking locker room.
Satellite shows you breached the Casey's building. The county clerk's office has construction permits on file for the floors below the penthouse and in the neighboring structure.
Any plans or blueprints on file?
I'll have Grim look into it, but with this blackout.
I understand. I'll see if I can dig up some plans down here.
Good idea.
We'll wait for this guy to turn around.
Fisher, that's a hired gun if I've ever seen one.
He's no night watchman either. He's a merc. He's got the same kit as the guys who were protecting the Serta.
This whole situation is getting uglier by the second. See if you can find out who these characters work for.
Will do. What are you doing down here?
Who the hell?
Off to a bad start. Talk or die.
Okay. We're on VIP protection. This floor. We need to secure it because we can't lock it off from the penthouse.
Does the architect or engineer keep an office or a desk down here?
Yeah, of course. West side of the building.
Since you're doing so well, why don't you tell me the name of the PMC you work for?
I work for Displace. Displace International.
Displace? That's Doug Shetland's company.
I know.
Fisher, if Shetland turns out to be crooked...
If Shetland is crooked, I'll take him down myself. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
Could be. See if you can find out who's in charge of this protection detail. Maybe someone inside Displace is playing both sides.
You got it.
So during the call with Lambert, just run in and cut the film immediately. And then jump into the vent. And once we do that, get out of here. One guard will aggro and the other one will slowly plod along. We're going to wait for him to go around the corner. It's safer to wait for him to go around the corner. And then we'll move through this unfinished kitchen.
What the?
And then nice and slow past this guy. He's asleep. And then we're going to break the lock.
Whoa.
Pow.
Fisher, Zerkezi's cameras project an infrared beam so they can see in the dark.
If it's an infrared beam, I can see it in my night vision.
Exactly. And listen, it would help us keep tabs on Zerkezi if we could use these cameras against him.
Gotcha. I'll try and run some taps.
Good work, Fisher. That's one camera tapped. There should be 5 more.
I'll keep my way.
We run it all the time again, boys. First, we're going to jump on top of this bed. And then we'll abduct this dude.
Pick a number between 1 and 10.
What? Oh, crap. 3.
Lucky guess. You get to live. Now tell me something useful, or we'll play another round.
Oh, God. The mag lock. The locked door to the roof.
What about it?
I think the computer that controls it is in the master bedroom on the top floor.
Hey, I don't recognize.
Do you want me to pick again? 4. No, wait. 7.
After we choke this dude out, we can move kind of slowly while the 2 guards outside are talking. We don't have to shoot anything else out, just let them finish their conversation.
Stick with us. We know how to get things done.
I know. Like I say,
Make sure you close the doors, because they will go to the doors and it will mess up the cycle. We're going to move around this potted plant over here, and then we're going to go through the vent, and we're going to watch this guy since he just came through the door. He's looking to the left, then he's going to turn, look the other way. While he's doing that, we can actually just grab this wine bottle here, and then we're going to move to shut off the light. Don't worry, the guard outside isn't going to aggro when we flip the switch. But when Baldy over here comes back, he's going to try to flick the light switch back on.
Who switched the lights out?
And I mean, with all these empty wine bottles around here, I mean, sometimes you hit the bottle too hard. Sometimes the bottle hits you too hard. For extra insurance, we're going to move this guy over here so that if the light flicks on, Buddy over here isn't gonna find him. But we gotta shoot that light out up there. And then we'll tap the camera while he's moving through the infrared beam. And then he's gonna walk in through the doorway because he's trying to turn on the light. Now we interrogate.
Stay quiet. It's a long way down to the street.
Oh, God, please don't.
Sounds to me like you know who's in charge of VIP protection here.
Yeah, it's Nedich. Mylon Nedich.
Was he in charge of the protection detail on Morgenholt in Peru as well?
Yeah, Mylon handles all displaced VIP protection contracts.
Well, he's not very good at it, is he?
Please don't throw me off this roof.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Mylon Nedich. Echelon's got nothing. He doesn't even exist.
Well, whoever he is, he's playing both sides. We need to inform Shetland.
No can do, Sam. We can't compromise OPSEC for private interests.
Fine. But if I find Nedich, it'll be less of a problem.
Admirable of you to protect your friend, but...
You said he doesn't exist. I'm just correcting a bureaucratic error.
We're going to grab the other wine bottle, and we're going to move to the left very slightly, and that guy hit the bottle a little too hard, too. Man, maybe the next Splinter Cell game should have, like, body staging or something, so you can make it look like... You can make it look like they,
That's 4 of 6.
the guards attacked each other or something.
Keep an eye out for the other two.
Like, I don't know, 2 drunk guards knocked each other out or something like that. Or shot each other to death. Maybe they do that in Hitman. I don't know. I haven't played Hitman yet. I'd like to. It could very well be my next good game.
I've gotcha.
Who?
Dvorak.
Where is he?
According to this, he's in the building next door. You can get there across the rooftop through the magnetically locked doors.
How do I get through the doors?
They're not magnetically locked anymore.
Thanks for the help.
By the way, read the email on the computer. It will give you a code to a door at the end of the level. We only have one more camera to tap, and it is in this greenhouse area over here. We're going to do a split jump by just hitting jump next to this wall. Fisher will automatically do this. It doesn't work like it does in the original game.
Good lord. I knew he had connections, but... Yep. Know him a long time. He treats us good, we do what he says. Yes. Yes, well, he sure treats us well. Now you know too. Now you work for him. Do what he says. Yes, well, certainly worth my while now, isn't it? More than worth your while. It'll keep you alive, man.
So there's two guards out there. One of them is going to just stare into the darkness outside a window, but the other is going to walk over here. And as long as we don't turn off any lights or anything like that, he's not going to be suspicious of nothing. And we're just going to Kia! Next, be super slow and tap the camera.
Good work on the cameras, Sam. We'll have guys watching Zerkezi 24/7.
Always happy to keep the donut dippers busy.
Be very careful, by the way, around guards and, like, hitting the geometry in a weird way, because sometimes you'll actually zip like 1,000,000 miles an hour and a guard will accidentally hear you. That's something that I learned the hard way when I was redoing the attempts for this level. I actually, after I got done with the run, I decided to redo the first 5 levels of this run so that I could do it with like updated strats, just like more efficient stuff that I learned from the later levels that I wanted to carry over into the earlier levels. Okay, close this door, and then we'll use the SC pistol right here. And we will shoot out this light.
Lights busted.
I'll equip the sticky shocker just in case. Well, actually, the sticky shocker is for those guys in the windows. But once we shoot those out, it's like those guards in the windows, they're not going to do anything.
No one here.
So this guy is the only actual threat. I wonder if maybe a sticky camera would have actually been better for this.
What are you doing out here all by yourself?
Huh? Guarding the roof.
From what?
Let me go and I'll show you.
Feisty one. How about I cut your ear off, see how tough you are then?
Go ahead. I have 2.
How many men do you have out here?
I'm alone on this roof.
Alone, huh? Lousy way to die.
We all die alone. Let me go and we'll see who's the strongest.
So those guys got knocked out. Disable the wall mine. Don't need to do anything else here. We just have one more guard and then we're safe for the rest of the level. This guy right here, our last sticky shocker. In earlier attempts, I could bash the door open and send him flying into the elevator shaft, but that'll kill him. It's pretty funny to watch.
You must be Dvorak.
Well, Dvorak, huh? I had thought this area was, well,
off limits.
You're not Dvorak.
Well, since we're being blunt, well, no.
Then who are you?
Such a rush you're in. Fancy some tea, do you?
Lambert, something weird is happening.
I'll say.
What do I do?
The old man seems harmless. Indulge him. See if he knows anything.
Reminds me of poor old Jiggers. Oh, Jiggers. We hardly knew ye.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, one might ask you the same.
I'm looking for a man named Dvorak.
Ah, Dvorak, yes! Well, you're not going to find one. This way!
Sorry for that sudden noise. I was fiddling with something in Windows.
Yes, here we are then. This is Dvorak.
Jesus. I think I just figured out why you couldn't hack in here, Grim.
Yeah, no kidding.
What the hell do I do now?
Hold on while I find a slide rule.
See what the old man knows, Fisher.
Okay. If this is Dvorak, who are you?
I am Dvorak's keeper. Thank you most kindly for asking.
And what is this Dvorak?
Dvorak is, well, you likely wouldn't understand.
I'm sure you're right. But let's have it for the record anyway.
Dvorak is a mechanical representation of a self-referential axiom of number theory. Dvorak encodes its own logical structure within its own executable cycle, and recursively derives a more accurate representation of itself with each successive execution.
Right. Grim, did you get that?
My god, it's an infinite state machine.
Fine. What do I do?
If Circazi is using this...
Grim.
Sorry, Sam, we're gonna need a copy of Dvorak's output so we can work out the algorithm it's built on.
How do I get its output?
It runs on punch cards.
Punch cards?
You'll need to restart the sequence and initialize each tower in the right order, and then retrieve the output stack.
How do I know the right sequence?
You'll need to hit the switches in order as the tubes start to heat up. Ask the old man for help.
I need your help.
Indeed. What can I help you with, my good fellow?
I need you to help me initialize Dvorak so I can retrieve an output stack.
Ah, Dvorak. Well, that is certainly something I can help with. Why don't you restart it? I'll initialize the towers on this side, and you can do the other side. Aha! There you go. Your output stack should be ready.
All right, I got the stack.
Good work, Fisher. Time to make yourself scarce. Get to your primary extraction point.
On my way.
Oh, if you see Jiggers, tell him I miss him. Eventually, Dvorak will derive the answer, but eventually is a very long time.
Alright, that's it. We got a straight shot to the elevator, but we do have to use the OCP in order to turn off the light, or the camera. skipped a little quickly there, but that's 100.
Now coming to you from our New York City broadcast center, we have Patrick Dunn of Watershed Electric on the line. Mr. Dunn, what do we know at this moment?
All we know so far is that this was not an accident.
If it's not an accident, then it must be intentional. Both us and the Japanese have been hit by this thing. I think it's pretty obvious who's responsible.
Here's a Tomo.
It appears we have something in common, Admiral.
Our analysis of the information footprint shows that the pressures which collapsed our power grids appear in many ways similar to those that collapsed our markets. I am certain the Koreans and the Chinese are involved.
Let's not jump the gun here, Admiral. We've had our microscope on a man named Zerkezi. He had access to weaponized IW Algos following that business in Georgia. He was also a major DOE consultant after the blackouts here in 2003.
Yes, we are aware of this connection. Has Zerkezi been found?
Not yet, but it won't take long. I'll keep you posted. Fisher, I'm afraid we might be facing an orchestrated attempt to push the world into a major crisis. Zerkezi might know more about information warfare than anyone on Earth. And the fact that Displace is combat-ready, essentially stateless and better equipped than most governments, we need to find out fast whether this is a coincidence or whether someone inside Displace is making a major move. That said, State Department has several very significant contracts with Displace. This thing is extremely political. I hate to do this to you, but keep it clean. Recon only, no fatalities.
Displace's offices are on the top 3 floors of the Hance Center Tower in downtown Manhattan. Recent financials indicate that they have invested heavily in their local infrastructure in order to maintain full operational capacity following even a major terrorist incident.
Satellite confirms Grimm's data. Displace is up and running at near to full capacity. It looks like they might be holding a meeting with members of New York City Council, possibly making a bid for protection or policing services to supplement the National Guard. They're prepared and opportunistic, that's for sure, but I wouldn't expect anything different. My money says they're playing fair, but if the boss wants to take a closer look, then that's what we'll do.
Fisher, we need to find out if Displace and Zerkezi are working together.
But until we know, you want me to keep it quiet.
Don't kill anyone or I'll abort the mission. The Pentagon has contracts with Displace all around the world. The President will have puppies if he finds out we're doing this.
My recommendation is to jump around the lit up area like Daffy Duck and equip the sticky camera because these guys will group up. I have yet for this strat to fail, but they will group up exactly the right amount of space for the gas to hit them both. Bing, bang, boom. Quick and dirty. And then we are going to pick open the hatch, and we pick it open left, down, left, up for the speed pick solution. I actually don't know all the solutions to pick all the locks early. I just kind of fumble my way through, but I've done attempts at this level enough that I know it's left down, left up. Now we're going to drop.
You're certainly entitled to request protection at that level from the National Guard, I agree. But let's...
We're going to go into our EEV, and we're going to scan this briefcase right now.
Contrary, the people want protection, they need protection, but they don't want to see protection. It frightens them.
And...
Corner will keep the peace, but at what cost?
What one will we lock first? Give us a number. Okay, we got a 10. 192 69 10 20.
Good work, Sam. Now you'll be able to access the central server on the first...
Check that email, too.
This wireless stuff makes life a lot easier.
Yep. Welcome to the Wi-Fi era.
Remember, you're saying that to a guy from the era of hi-fi.
Hi-fi? As in, like, high in fiber?
Don't put me in adult undergarments yet, kid.
Then we use the optic cable and we wait for these guys to leave. If you open the hatch, you'll get seen. Don't do it. After that, we'll go nice and slow to get out of here. Grab onto the ledge. The way that Sam grabs on ledges is a little jank, so try to go as slow as possible, and Fisher will usually turn and grab the ledge. Otherwise, you can equip your gun and move backwards, and Fisher will also grab the ledge that way. But watch out for obstacles if you're trying to grab ledges. I'll go into detail on that during Seoul.
Displace's different divisions seem to have their own server farm. I've put a program on your OPSAT that will build a little backdoor into their networks.
You want me to upload that to each division server?
I would appreciate it.
Since you asked so nice.
Alright, and here is the first server upload. We got a 6.8. What's it going to give us next? We got a 194, and I saw a 10. It's 40.
Good work, Sam. That's the first of their servers. If you can upload that to each of the other ones, I'll be able to snoop around as much as I please.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll try to commentate the hacks, just so you guys know what I'm observing and just like see the rapid switch between like, oh, it's this number, or it's not this number, I guess.
Let me just get these windows before we go.
We'll mantle the wall next, and we'll hang out.
Aw, man, I love that. We have to get some of those at City Hall.
Email me and remind me. I'll set you up with a good deal.
Whoa.
That was weird.
Yeah, I've heard of this. It's called an electrochromic window. A small electric charge can change the opacity of microscopic crystals embedded in the glass.
Cool.
I'm thinking that your OCP should be able to toggle the state of the windows. I'm uploading the specification to your OPSAT.
Thanks, Will.
What did you want to show me?
8136 to open the door.
State building. There are 4 brass rondelles, Art Deco pieces.
And while these guys are talking, I'm going to go downstairs and equip my sticky shocker.
What, like engineering, financing, real estate?
Machines, concrete, decoration, elevators. Elevators like this one here.
Huh.
That guy's using his flashlight to read the newspaper, so don't worry, you can go in front of him, because he's not going to shine the flashlight at you. And what we're going to do is we're going to equip the sticky shocker and wait for him to come through this door, because he will. It's part of his patrol.
You're worried about what the taxpayer...
I zap him now because it'll make it easier to access these elevators later.
The stairs are cheaper than elevators, Tom. Why don't
Watch out for those cameras.
Discipline of skyscraper construction.
No one is gonna take the stairs up 70 stories.
And does anyone ever question how much an elevator costs?
Of course not.
Right. And I'll tell you why. Because the cost of an elevator isn't measured by what you get. It's measured by what you avoid. Displace is expensive, Tom. I mean, there's no denying that. But it's not important how much it costs to hire us. What's important is how much it costs not to hire us. A bunch of good old boys from the Appalachians with M4s in every street corner. I mean, yeah, sure, it'll get the job done. But in the end, relying on the National Guard is like taking the stairs. If you want to keep those 5 million executives going to work every day, I suggest you take the elevator.
Huh. Well, you maybe got a point there, Julian.
Of course I have a point. Let's go talk to Mikey.
We'll wait for those guys to disappear around the corner before we move across. If we try to use the OCP on the glass pane to make it opaque, then we will get detected, so we don't want to do that. We'll use the sticky shocker on that guy at the computer across the room, and then use the SC pistol to disable the camera. We'll stay crouched. There's a guard in the next room that we want to go towards. I like to hack this retinal scanner. We got a 30. It's 6.8 into 30, so is it... It's 191. Don't flick the switch, otherwise the guard in the next room will detect you for some reason. I don't even know what lights that switch controls. I think that's just a switch that determines that the guard detects you or not. It has no rhyme or reason, just makes the guard detect you. So don't flick that switch. And then we'll climb up here and we're gonna punch buggy, no punch back, and we're gonna use the OCP on the treadmill and knock that guy the F out. Alright, so we got a 30, and it's not 191, it's 194. Bingo.
Good work, Sam. Upload that program to the last server and you'll make me the happiest girl in the world.
You're easy to please.
Access is a girl's best friend.
And because we already hacked the retinal scanner, we'll take the body here. There's going to be some guards talking about the Prince of Persia game, and while they're doing that, we're going to lay down the body and climb up the stairs. And don't worry about the guard seeing this body here because the door will close.
I heard the guy was really annoying.
I'm going to grab this while that guard goes towards the shooting range.
What, so you're just watching his stuff?
I don't know what the code is for this door, so I just hack it. You might consider looking it up on game FAQs. Fat fingered the prompt. Alright, so what is it? Give us a number. Give us a number. 69 and 194 and 30. Security access again. Alright, give it up, give it up. 68. And it's one of two. 191, it could be 3020.
Thanks, Sam. That's the last one. I can't wait to sniff around in Displace's laundry basket. What?
Laundry. I totally forgot.
You know, been crazy hours. Don't even know what day it is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Me and Anne-Marie are gonna head
Sam Fisher is such a dad.
For sure. Got it all sorted out.
I'm gonna sort you out if you don't open that damn door.
No, I mean. Bingo.
Bingo.
Okay, that's not my fault. That's definitely caught.
Use the computer here.
It looks like someone has shunted the data we need off the server. Login name M-Netich.
Mylon Nedich?
That name is coming up an awful lot, but we still don't have anything on him.
Probably a pseudonym. I'll see if I can find out who he really is.
In any case, we need to get access to his computer. His office should be on the upper floor somewhere.
Sorry to interrupt, but
I see it.
power's coming back on.
I see it, Grim.
You got company. You might want to...
I see it.
Want to check the server and make sure nothing got fried when the power came back on.
Okay, give a shout if you need anything.
Will do.
So once this guy goes in, starts accessing the computer, we're not going to grab him yet. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to worry about his friend since it's very early in the cycle. So he's going to flick that switch and make the windows opaque. And then we're going to climb down. And between these two server racks right here is where the guard is. We're just going to punch buggy, no punch back. And then we're going to go into server room and interrogate this guy.
I had a bit of a problem with your server.
Please don't kill me.
The files I want got shunted off to another computer.
There should be a backup here.
There isn't. They're only on the PC of Mylon Nedich.
Mylon? He's the VP of Protection Operations. His office is on the upper floors.
Don't you think it's suspicious that he's hiding files?
Yeah, I guess.
So remember that guard we took out earlier who was reading the newspaper? This is where we would have to deal with him. Just disabled the camera and now we can just go to the top floor. And while we're riding the elevator, we're going to equip the sticky cameras.
I've been hearing some creepy stuff about Mylon.
I'm going to throw up a camera here at this position.
Wandered out of the bar looking for.
If you're playing on PC, you can press the 5 key to get out of camera mode and control Sam again. And then press it again to regain control of the camera.
Some guy cut 2 ribbons just a couple of blocks from the bar they were at. Whoa. I think we should try and get on his PC in the executive offices. See if we can find anything.
The code to the area is 2346, but I don't know the code for his actual office.
All right. Well, if I find out what it is, we'll go together.
All right.
So I don't know if this is like a PC version thing or like a frame rate thing, but these guys just like circle each other for some reason. It's so weird. Either way, they group up nice and tight, and we'll use the camera for that. And now we're gonna circle around this area and go to the conference room on the far end. You have to be zoomed in 1 level
Need to put some extra men on the Circassian. Your name.
to be able to record this.
Wacko at the Penthouse uptown?
This is necessary to get 100%.
Our client as the wacko, but yes, him. Or rather, his penthouse. Milos Nowak is,
Who?
Milon. Milon Nedic. Crazy Slavic names. I always get them confused. Anyway, Zerkazy is out of town, so there won't be a VIP, just the property.
Okay. Sounds like a breeze.
Well, it hasn't gone perfectly smooth so far. You'll get the full VIP rate, and you'll be on duty as though there is a package on site.
Okay, got it.
Good. You reported 1300 tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be there.
Good grab, Fisher. Milon Nedic's real name? Jesus. Milos Nowak.
Milos Nowak, who is he?
The Barber of Bosnia. Suspected war criminal from the Bosnian conflict. Allegedly scalped some of his prisoners.
Wanted in The Hague.
Yeah.
Bet you dollars to dinars that he doesn't make it to trial.
That's okay. I think my money's safer on the Nikkei.
2346. Be real slow when coming here. This guy over here can just like kind of detect you for no reason. I hope you remember to lock your frame rate to 60. Once he's over here, we're just gonna grab character.
Nice suit. Italian?
Oh no! Italian. Yes, the Florentine silk. Andretti?
Who's Andretti?
Andretti, the famous designer. Men's suits, tuxedos.
I'm not a tuxedo kind of guy.
But you are some kind of spy.
Yeah, I'm the real kind, not the tuxedo kind. I'm the kind of spy who gets blood all over your Andretti unless you give me information.
Oh God, please don't ruin my suit.
How about a door code?
CEO's office, 2609.
And that's it for the rest of the level.
Hokkaido.
Hokkaido, isn't that basically the Alaska of Japan?
Yeah. Looks like Milon Nedic has secretly relocated Zerkazy there.
Interesting. Now we definitely need to talk to Shetland.
We'll let State Department handle that mess. You're going to Hokkaido. We're sending a helicopter to evac you from the roof.
Make sure you OCP the camera first before you run.
As happy as we are to be back online here in New York, our thoughts turn to our loved ones who are defending us on this beautiful 4th of July. We go now live to the Yellow Sea, where sailors aboard the USS Clarence E. Walsh are celebrating. We have Seaman Anthony Palmiera from Brooklyn, New York. Tell us, Seaman Palmiera, how you'll be celebrating Independence Day.
Well, the captain's gonna have a big barbecue on deck. And tonight we'll have our own fireworks.
Talk to me! Captain, all of our command systems crashed. Nothing's responding.
Seaman Palmiera, can you tell us what's happening there?
call you back.
It's the Koreans, Mr. President. I recommend that we declare war immediately.
If it was Korea, there would be 200,000 men coming over the DMZ right now.
Maybe it was an accident. Maybe an exercise. A test launch gone wrong.
That's impossible. The Koreans can't even detect the Walsh. Never mind track it on radar and sink it with a 30-year-old Chinese anti-ship missile.
I have reason to believe the ship was crippled with an information warfare attack.
Not a chance. The Walsh's systems are...
Unhackable? The Walsh's EW suite is built on kernels first identified by two of the world's leading computational theorists. One of them was found dead in Peru last week. I'm about to pick up the other one.
Possible alleged leader released no of their long-gone lives. The North, while after the U.S. call.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure what we've just witnessed here, but I'm afraid something terrible has just occurred.
Amazing what they show on TV these days, huh, Sam? World's gone crazy.
I guess you're in the right business then, Doug.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for a guy named Mylan Nedich. Heard he works for you.
Lots of people work for me. Haven't you heard? First security company to make the Fortune 500. If you're looking for a job.
I'm not.
Is that so? You keep doing what you're doing, you'll just end up another unknown soldier.
I'm not in it for the fame. Your buddy Nedich is dirty. Cut him loose.
Unlike other employers, I don't cut people loose. If you got evidence against one of my guys, I'll help you bring him in. But I'm not gonna send a man up the river because you say so.
Fair enough. Just stay out of my way.
Thanks for the advice. In case you change your mind.
Fisher, if I can't throw the Joint Chiefs a bone, we'll be at war in the next 24. I need you to bring in Zerkezi for questioning. Mylan Nedich has moved him to Hokkaido for protection. I have no idea if Shetland is aware or involved, but I'd like to find out. However it turns out, don't let your personal concerns get in the way.
In my opinion, there are too many coincidences here. Zerkezi is the only living person who could have orchestrated the sinking of the Walsh. Even if the Koreans did launch the missile, it would almost certainly have required Zerkezi's help to actually hit the ship. And this business with Displace. I know you don't want to hear it, but I think Shetland's dirty. The kidnapping of Morgenhold, the protection of Zerkezi, relocating him after the blackout, it stinks.
Looks like Displace rented out the entire retreat. It's low-tech and quiet. Don't expect servers and security. Expect aware guards, in tune with the environment. You're going to need to rely on more traditional methods, up close and personal.
Japanese ISDF conducts low-level monitoring of the activities of anyone employed by a PMC for as long as they are in the country. We discovered yesterday that Displace has rented this retreat, and a number of our agents planted microphones in the location. Unfortunately, we were not adequately prepared for the increased importance of the location. The microphones are detectable using standard tools. Needless to say, it would be best if Displace did not find them.
By the way, did you know that I am actually French-Canadian?
Fisher, remember, I need you to bring in Zerkezi alive.
What about Nedich?
Nedich is another story.
Isolate, simplify, complete.
We're on the same page?
Affirmative.
I think I chose Redding's recommendation because it gave me more knockout options. Alright, so once we get over here, we're going to wait for this guy to light up the candle. Although, I actually wonder if I couldn't just hit him with a sticky shocker, huh? If I'm fast enough. He's going to turn towards us, and then he's going to turn around, and when he does that, we're going to sneak around. But yeah, the reason why I was thinking knock him out with a sticky shocker is because if you knock him out before he lights up the candle, then the other guards won't be suspicious about it. So I think. Yeah, the music is loud enough for us to move a little quickly here. We'll vault up here and vault over here, and then go through this vent over here. We got a guy here in a sec.
Ah, this squeaking is driving me crazy. Sounds like I'm walking on a family of parakeets.
Nightingales. It's called a nightingale floor. Protection against ninjas.
Ninjas? There's no such thing horsepower automatic.
I'd like to knock this guy out here. Punch buggy, no punch back. Because he falls in a place where I don't really have to hide him.
Hitting microphones to spy on anybody anymore?
Then we'll mantle under here. Don't worry about this light.
I feel like an idiot.
We're going to go over here and wait for him to move over and start scanning again, and that's going to be our window to... That's going to be our window to... Punch buggy, no punch back. And then we'll disable this microphone.
That's the first microphone, Sam. 5 more to go.
I'm on it.
After that, we have to be kind of quick. And then we'll mantle this wall and we will sidestep until this guy comes in front of us. Upon which, punch buggy, no punch back.
Fisher, looks like Displace has kept a small staff on to take care of the retreat.
Civilians?
That's right. Don't let any of them get killed.
I won't.
Then we'll equip the SC pistol.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Can't get rid of them. It's like a damn insectarium here.
I mean microphones, stupid.
Oh.
Pow.
Someone's we'll see about that.
And then we're gonna pow again.
Well, whatever it was, it ain't here now. Guess we can write that one off.
We can actually ignore these guys. We'll just disable the mic, make our way to the kitchen.
Nothing.
Just keep the SC pistol equipped, and we'll shut off this light over here to distract the guards in this direction if they see it. We'll just hug the left side over here while this stereotypical Japanese guy is practicing his kung fu in the garden, because that's apparently what Japanese people do in their idle time, is just practice kung fu in the garden. Kung fu.
So we can reschedule this to there. Yes, right.
Well, during this idle conversation here, we're going to disable another microphone. Leave this door open.
An agreement we can live with.
I think we can commit to that. That'll be fine.
Okay.
What about you?
That's half of Otomo's microphone, Sam.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes peeled for the rest.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, back to New York. Broker that deal.
So we can reschedule this to there. Yes. Right.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we can do it then. Yeah, but if he says... That's true.
All right.
South Africans.
No. That's fine. An agreement we can live with.
All right, listen up. That was Doug. He's on his way, and he's not happy.
What do you mean? He's on his way here?
Our offices got turned over in New York, and he's worried about a leak. He's coming up here.
Sorry. Good one. They're only yen. Not worth anything since the market crash. Not even worth the effort to pick them up.
A penny saved.
The offices got hit. By who? The feds? Who cares about the offices? What's this tie-up loose ends thing?
Not exactly sure. But this thing with the ship, maybe someone's onto us.
But what if...
Look, never mind all that. The boss is on his way and things are heating up. We knew that would happen, so just stick to the plan, get this place tightened up, and make sure that this little visit goes off without a hitch. Get moving!
So once we go halfway through the little vent thing under that bench there, in order to get Milos Nowak to do his whole monologue or whatever, I guess, we're going to back out and we're going to mantle this wall and we're going to let all these guards come out. 1, 2, and 3. So those first 2 guards, they're just going to stay in there and not come out. Don't worry about it. They're not going to do anything.
All right.
But number 3, whenever he actually does come out, we're going to grab him because he's the only guard here that actually patrols. He's going to turn, and then we're going to punch Buggy.
No.
Basically, that guy needed to be knocked out because if he wasn't, then he would roll up on us while we're trying to abduct Noak.
Got it.
Shh. Let's not make a scene.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want to know why you're protecting Zerkesi. How Displace is involved.
I won't talk.
You're gonna make me cut your throat and look for the words inside your neck.
Oh, God! Please, let me go.
You're not leaving here alive, Nedich. But if you tell me what I want to know, I can make the end a little easier for you.
The blackout. We needed to keep Zerkesi safe after the blackout.
And what about the Walsh?
I don't know anything about the Walsh. You'll have to ask Shetland.
Shetland?
Yeah. He needed more data from Zerkesi after the blackouts. But we have everything we...
Shetland knows what you're up to.
Yeah, he's the boss. He gave the order to bring Zerkesi here.
Where is he now?
He's on his way here now, by helicopter.
That's Nedich out of the picture, but we have a complication. There's a helicopter inbound. Shetland is aboard.
Doug, why is he coming here?
Either he was coming to see what Nedich is up to, or our assumptions are wrong.
You still think Shetland's crooked?
I still don't know, and that's what bothers me. Find out what Shetland and Zerkesi are meeting about.
Stay far to the left when approaching this vent so that the guy on the right doesn't look your way. Now we're going to come out here. You could climb this pipe on the other side of this wall right here, but I think I like waiting for this guy. Even if it takes a little while. Probably not worth it to use a sticky shocker on him, because the others might hear it. He'll turn. We dismount. We can move a little quickly because the sound of the air conditioner. No punch back. Next, we're going to hang out on the right-hand side of this doorway here, because this guy is going to look out the window, and that's our window to... Gotcha. And after we knock him out, we can disable the microphone in here.
Next.
Yeah, they're doing a slug truther presentation on TV.
There.
Slug buggy. No slug back. I'll turn off the light here, and we will use this opportunity to try to aggro these guys, actually. I do like aggroing these guys. Or at least aggroing one of them. I can never figure out, like, what weapon to use. I don't know. You have to improvise here quite a lot. I don't like improvising if I can help it. But shooting out these lights is very helpful. That guy is up there, and so it looks like there's like one big hallway reaching around, but there actually isn't. Go for an airfoil round in the head. Even though the aggro music is playing, it doesn't actually count. I'm gonna try to get this guy downstairs before his buddy comes out of the room, because we don't want him finding that body. Just hit him in the butt with an airfoil round, and that's it. Now we gotta go downstairs and disable this microphone here. That's the last one.
That's the last microphone, Fisher. Otomo will be happy.
Otomo doesn't seem like the happy type.
Ah, it's just the old samurai Zan Shin. He's really nice in person.
I've heard people say the same thing about Lambert.
What does that mean? Lambert's nice.
How many of his ex-wives have you spoken to?
Fisher, satellite imaging shows you're nearing some kind of tea house.
Is there KZs inside?
That's our best guess. Gather as much info as you can before making your move. We might only get one shot at this.
Yes, Douglas?
What?
The Koreans, they couldn't have. Douglas, I need to know the truth.
The truth. Did Oppenheimer know the truth? What about Roosevelt? Abe, truth is what we need it to be. And the truth is, we did the right thing.
What do you mean?
Proof of concept worked. It was ugly, sure, but it's over now.
You mean there will be peace?
Well, peace isn't something that just happens, Abe. It has to be enforced, just like in the old days. You know, sheriff wears a shield, sure, but he also wears a gun.
Gun?
That's right.
Oh my God.
And we can't have that gun falling into the wrong hands, can we now, Abe?
What are you... No!
My God, Fisher! Don't let Shetland escape!
Is he a target?
He's the target!
You could use a sticky shocker there, probably. Might be better. Man, bro got straight up assassinated. Next up, we're going to use the SC pistol to knock out this light. The guards here will not get suspicious of that, so don't worry. You could probably use the SC-20K to snipe out the other light.
Damn it, he's gone. There was no way you could have stopped him. Complete the rest of the mission. I'll see if we can track him.
That's all your primary objectives, Fisher. We can extract you at any time.
All right.
Gotta go nice and slow. I didn't want to take the risk on shooting that from that far away. Somehow that weird little thing with the geometry there didn't like cause a sound and like aggro these guys. I figured getting in front of the tree would be the best for this. And there we go, we're done. That's Hokkaido. Well, I floated for a moment. Haha.
Today, Ambassador Long Dan announced Chinese support for the North Korean claim that they did not intentionally launch the missile that sank the Walsh.
We are monitoring these developments while continuing to seek a peaceful resolution. Make no mistake, the Chinese People's Republic will employ all means at our disposal to protect our interests in the Asian subcontinent.
Our intelligence estimates that the current number of Korean troops massed at the border runs as high as 200,000 men. Monty?
Montgomery Lewis, The Times. Do we know what the possible North Korean strategy will be if diplomatic efforts fail?
We've known for decades that the NKA would move to capture Seoul as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. That is how our defenses are structured. But with the capital less than 40 miles from the border, and well within artillery range of the big guns, it is clear that war would be catastrophic in terms of damage done and lives lost.
Fisher, I know you think the shortest distance to solving this problem is to go after Shetland. You might be right. Unfortunately, the diplomatic situation surrounding the Walsh incident is not softening. We are less than 24 hours from open war on the Korean Peninsula. We've located the battery that launched the missile against the Walsh. If there is any credence to the North Korean claim that the launch was unintentional, we need to prove it, and fast.
I've been reverse engineering the data you recovered from Zerkezi's computer in New York. Zerkezi's algorithm is an advanced extrapolation of the mass kernels made infinitely more complex by recursion through Dvorak. I think that if you can access the BIOS memory of the missile launchers at the battery, I should be able to ID a fingerprint that the algorithm would have left on the system.
You'll be doing a halo insertion into a forest 2 clicks east of the battery. You'll enter the battery's secure perimeter and infiltrate via the main air shaft. The battery itself has been around since World War II, but intelligence and satellite imaging show it's been retrofitted several times since then. We have some limited mapping data. We don't know what you'll find.
Since the destruction of the Walsh, the USS Ronald Reagan has assumed C&C duties for the battle group in the Yellow Sea. Our fleet is on red alert. In case of war, we are prepared to conduct precision sorties against high-value targets aimed at reducing North Korean coastal defenses for insertion behind their advancing front. If intelligence indicates that the Koreans are picking a fight, then it's a fight they'll get. Anyone in that battery, when the whistle blows, better find himself a tin hat and a Bible.
Japanese ISDF has been instrumental in determining that the missile that sank the Walsh was indeed fired from this battery. You have the complete support of all branches of the Japanese self-defense force in order to determine the rationale for this insane move by the Korean aggressors. We do not have the capability to strike the facility directly, but ISDF will use any means at our disposal to interfere with their capabilities in the event that our great American allies are forced to declare war.
Fisher, it's starting to look like war is unavoidable. JCOS is asking all sources for current division-level intelligence.
So, besides stopping World War III, is there anything else I can do for you this evening?
The base commander should have up-to-date intel about NKA divisional strength down the Kaesong-Munsan approach.
I'll try to schedule an appointment with his secretary.
Fisher, since everyone is asking everyone for intel, I'd love to have a few chips at the big table.
What can I get you, Will?
Looks like this battery has repair and maintenance capability for mechanized warfare support. Any shipping or repair logs you can recover would be a big help.
I'll find what I can.
I'd like to climb down, go into this maintenance hatch. Gets us past like the first few guards. And then next, I'm gonna look down this hallway and there he is. Okay, so we're gonna dislodge. Well, maybe not. We can actually just sit here. Kia! The next is this guy on this computer over here, and we're going to punch buggy, no punch back. And then we can flick this switch over here, or we can just sneak up on him, because that's the thing we can do. Punch buggy! And on this computer, we'll retrieve shipping logs.
Looks like they track shipping and repair through 4 separate departments.
Gotta love military bureaucracy.
See if you can get the logs from the other 3.
Now serving number 67.
Once we get over here, we're going to move nice and slow, because there's 2 dudes who are asleep here. We don't do anything to them. But we'll do a quick optic cable check, because the guard here may be on a weird cycle. We'll go in here, close the door. Well, maybe not, because the door there is actually a good enough distraction for us to move this way. Start picking the lock. Pick the lock here, don't break it. I usually like to break locks, but because I'm trying to avoid waking up the guard in this room over here, we just want to pick it. I find it interesting this North Korean is listening to music he's not supposed to be listening to. Very American country music. Doing a quick spot check, make sure that our buddy is still out there. Shut the door. Jump the handrail.
Alright, well, that's our work done. Let the control room take over.
While these guys are talking, we're gonna go over here, mantle the wall.
We're just going to leave the missile hanging there? Orders. Deliver cargo to loading bay at facility 27-290. Nothing in there about working a bunch of cranes that we're not trained on. Fair enough.
Remember, mantling on the wall reduces your visibility, even when it's like completely pitch black. As soon as this guy sits down, we're gonna snatch him.
Imagine I wanted to open these big doors.
My God! Who are?
I'm the keymaster. You're the gatekeeper.
Oh God! I don't know the code. We're not from this base. We just deliver the missile and wait for someone to sign.
So how am I gonna get through?
You have to somehow climb through the shaft where the missile goes through.
Good idea.
After we airfoil the next guard, we're going to shut off the light here, because it'll keep the camera from detecting us whenever we jump up here and go across the railing up here. I'm told that in the PS2 and GameCube version there's an exclusive interrogation with a guard who starts saying he loves America. Talks about freedom and democracy and hamburgers and stuff to try to get Sam not to kill him. It's one of the reasons why I want to play the PS2 version or the GameCube version. Sorry, this version and the Xbox version are like the same. But it's like there's seemingly a lot of cut content in the alternate versions that makes them worth playing. He's going to turn around, he's going to move that way, and we're going to slowly creep up on him. But we're going to wait for him to come back, right? Because if we try to creep up on him now, he's probably going to turn and he's probably going to see us. Usually I like to grab soldiers when they're moving away. Because when they're moving away, at least you know you have enough time to be able to grab them. So you just wait for them to cross in front of you and Kia! Now we're going to go into this hatch over here. Open that first. Open this second. And then we'll jump back up through the center. We'll come back through here later. I decided to just go ahead and continue the main objective, which we could either go up the elevator for a riskier move, or we could just go up, just ride the top of the elevator here.
Sir, we have finished our preliminary inspection of the West launcher.
And what is your report, Captain?
We did every test we could, sir.
And?
And, well, there was no malfunction, sir.
No malfunction? Curious. There is an $80 billion warship on the bottom of the sea, sunk by a missile that left this battery. The world is less than 12 hours from a war that will kill millions of people. And you're telling me that there was no malfunction?
We checked everything, sir. I assure you.
Well, Captain, the only two people in this building who could authorize that launch without approval are you and I. I know I did not do it, so if it wasn't a malfunction, I want you to run every test again. Then run whatever test the captain forgot until you find out what the hell happened with my missile. Sir! Yes, sir! Get out of my sight!
That seals it. The missile came from here, but they didn't launch it intentionally.
So that's a good thing. We can avoid a war.
Problem is that someone launched the missile intentionally.
Isn't that someone Doug Shetland using Zerkese's algorithms?
That seems likely, but I still need to see if there's a Dvorak fingerprint in the BIOS of the launcher that fired the missile.
Once all this dialogue is done, we can drop down and move around here. We gotta watch this guard over here. I mean, who knows what he's doing? He's just standing around doing important looking stuff, but really it's of no consequence at all. There is a bonus objective to interrogate the general over here, but we don't actually want to do that. Had to wait for him to come back to these servers because this is the patrol route that this guard has apparently chosen, is to go between that radar and those servers, and then we're going to drag them this way and knock them out.
Good work, Sam. One more shipping log to go, and we'll have an accurate picture of their mechanized capabilities in the region.
I'll find it.
Yeah, these guys are not going to patrol unless you, like, make noise, so don't even worry about it.
I thought I heard something for a moment there.
He heard something, but he won't act. Sometimes guards in certain rooms feel really, shall we say, really secure, you know? So it's like they might hear something, but they won't actually do something until they hear something twice. Bypass the circuit again. We're gonna get the elevator downstairs and do something about these missiles now. No clue what's going on with this sort of like half aggro music. New toothbrush day, oh boy. Arcing an airfoil here is not the most optimal strat. Actually, I prefer going out the other door and just like knocking him out from behind.
This should not be hard.
And this guy, he's gonna try to investigate the hatch over here, but we can just, you know, punch buggy, no punch back.
I see what you're thinking, Fisher.
If they're just going to throw protocol to the wind and leave the warhead case unlocked...
Even detonating them won't destroy the battery.
No, but it will make an awful big mess.
Fisher is such a cheeky fellow. We can't use airfoils or sticky shockers on this guy. We gotta use something else. Because if we do anything else, then the guards in the room below will be aggroed. So my recommendation is follow his patrol route and punch buggy. Don't go over on that side, because if you do, then you'll spawn another guard. You really do not want that. I think I stopped playing for a moment because my cat was doing something naughty. Now we're gonna use the optic cable to check this guard's cycle over here. He's over on that other side of the room, so I just decided to balls it instead of wait for him. Probably not a smart thing, all things considered. But we want to knock out the patrolling guard first. And we can. Our recommendation is to grab and then subdue, because grabbing and subduing is actually the quietest way to take someone out. I don't think I've mentioned that in this video yet, but grabbing and subduing is the quietest way. Punch buggy is the second least loudest, but using your weapons is going to escalate louder and louder and louder.
Alright, that opened the casing. You can access the motherboard on the launcher itself and recover any routing data from the BIOS.
Good job, Sam. From the parts and transport requests, it looks like this facility is significantly more important than our latest estimates.
Well, you know me. Always where the action is.
Good work, Sam. I'm scanning the BIOS now. Yeah, that's a Dvorak fingerprint.
Where did it come from? Hokkaido? The Displace offices?
Seoul.
What? As in South Korea? Are you telling me the U.S. just got drawn into a war protecting the people that sank the Walsh?
I can't trace it back farther than Seoul.
Well, what do I do?
Sweet Jesus, Fisher. The NKA just committed. They're coming across the DMZ. We're at war.
Why? We just found proof they didn't launch the missile.
Good Lord, speaking of missile launches, that battery just lit up like a smoker getting off an airplane.
They're not targeting our ships, are they?
Active radar is up. It looks like a launch is imminent. Fisher, you need to abort that missile.
You got it, boss.
What? Did I just see something?
Recommendation: use an airfoil on this guard. I just wanted to check this dude, make sure that he didn't fall and die. So I'm just going to stand over his body for just a little bit with the thermal goggles on. Because if he dies, his body would cool off, obviously. But it looks like, nah, he just suffered a pretty nasty fall. You know, didn't shatter his spine or his neck or anything like that. He'll be okay. So these missiles are going to launch now, and we're going to go in here.
You're too late.
The warhead won't arm until it's a few hundred meters from its target. If I can dig up the abort codes.
Good thinking. Check launch control directly under the platform.
I'm on my way.
Make it fast, Fisher. Flight time on that missile is 3 minutes.
It seems like these guys over here don't actually hear his
Good work,
friend
Sam.
get
Those are the abort codes.
I still need to bypass the override
Get
circuit
zapped.
from the missile control room.
Hurry. The missile is closing on the USS Ronald Reagan at top speed.
Hold on. Did you just tell me I need to win one for the Gipper?
Dude, what does that even mean?
Never mind. You're right, Grim. I am old.
Target acquired. Ready to fire.
Stand by for fire order.
Standing by to fire.
Stand by to designate.
Man, these recurring jokes, these callback jokes about Fisher being old, they're pretty good. It actually hasn't gotten old yet. I commend the writers for that.
Good job, Sam. Missile aborted.
That's it? It's dust?
No, but the warhead can't arm. Even if it gets past the Reagan's phalanx, it'll hit the hull and crumple like a beer can.
Crumpling beer cans. That's what sailors are best at, I guess.
Very funny. You need to make your way to extraction.
Right. I'm on my way.
We're done with all the objectives now, so we can just hit this ladder and we're done. The next mission is the worst mission in the game. Well, second worst mission.
Initial estimates place the combined casualty count for the first 24 hours at, oh my God, 6,000? Is this a typo?
90% or more of those are enemy casualties. Estimates put our losses at less than 1,000 men.
Less than 1,000? You say that like it's a good thing.
Sir, it's paranoia. Our saber rattling has their leadership in a panic. It's a preemptive strike. Our own intelligence indicates that they didn't launch that missile intentionally. And until we can prove it, Seoul is on the block.
What are our military options for holding the city?
No reasonable strategic assessment has ever claimed it was possible without nuclear capability. And if that's the way it has to be...
38 hours ago, the NKA committed to open war on the Korean Peninsula. We've known for 50 years that their objective would be to capture Seoul within 72 hours. It appears they have a real shot at it. South Korean and U.S. forces are using orchestrated retrogrades to channel individual NKA divisions along discrete corridors. 6 hours ago, the first of those divisions reached Seoul and is seeking to capture critical infrastructure. High on their list is a telecommunications switching station north of the city. Unfortunately, the IW attack that sank the Walsh came through this switching station. If the NKA gets their hands on that information, they'll be able to justify their invasion and possibly force the world to allow them to hold the country. We need to get that information before they do.
The information warfare attacks that launched the missile that sank the Walsh came through Seoul. I wasn't able to trace them back any further than the switching station, and I don't even know for sure that they didn't originate there. It's entirely possible that South Korea has manipulated us into war by forcing the North to attack the U.S. I would just try and hack my way in, but this is a fat, secure data pipe, and damage caused by the fighting has already isolated most of the entry ports. You need to get in there and recover the data manually, then broadcast it out point to point so we can take a closer look.
CIA maintains several safe houses in Seoul to facilitate insertion of agents and recovery of possible defectors. Usually, they're set up to look like ordinary residences. I'm currently working out a plan to have you forward inserted into one of these safe houses before 2ID performs another major retrograde. Once you're in, our boys will retreat, and the NKA front will overrun and bypass your location, leaving you in the wake of the main force, but still in advance of the support troops. You'll have a small zone of comfort, and I would strongly advise you not to stray from your AO. You don't want to encounter a battalion-sized force.
The USS Ronald Reagan is ready to launch an EA-6B Prowler rigged with a point-to-point laser receiver rig. Your man will be given a special transmitter that will track the plane and transmit the data. This comm setup is 100% secure. Nothing is broadcast, so nothing can be intercepted. Never mind decrypted. Once your man is in position, we'll send in the plane and get the data. But this is still a highly risky operation. Whatever you're promising me better be worth it. These planes are worth $60 million, you know.
Tightwad.
Welcome to the 3-block war, Fisher. The main advance has bypassed your position, but expect sporadic fighting among units separated from the main force.
Whose side am I on here?
Your own. You're not a legal combatant. Anyone who sees you will attack on sight, friend or foe.
Listen, there aren't any alarms to worry about, but anyone you encounter will probably already be alert.
I'll be careful.
Fisher, critical update. I have other assets on the ground not far from your position.
Another Splinter cell?
Splinter cells in training. They're on a black bag op, but their target was just relocated by NKA Special Forces.
So I need to bring in the target?
No. You need to interrogate one of those special forces to find out where they took him.
Okay.
Don't kill them before you talk to them or I'll pull you out. Good thinking, Fisher. Shut down those propaganda broadcasts and our boys will be in better spirits.
Our boys? I'm just doing it because it's annoying.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that first mine. Next, gonna wait for this guy to walk by. It's gonna go take a leak, and we're going to...
Fisher, you need to interrogate one of their Special Forces troops to find out where they left their passenger.
Stay quiet and you might live.
What? Who?
Shut up. Lambert, I've got one.
Good job, Fisher. I'm gonna patch you through direct. Hold on.
Stay calm. This'll just take a sec.
Okay.
All right, Fisher. Go ahead.
I've got someone who wants to talk to you.
Roger. Ask him where they took John.
Where did you take Jung?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's not answering. Should I kill him?
Negative, negative.
All right. They say I should kill you, so...
Wait, okay. Jung, we moved him to a cyber cafe just off the fish market by the river.
Is that what you needed to know, guys?
Affirmative. Thanks a lot, sir. We owe you one.
Welcome to the team.
Showing those young'uns how it's done.
What's going on, Lambert?
Sorry, Fisher. But to getting too old for this kind of work.
Stop listening to Grim. If you go by her definition of old, you'd need to issue diapers with every set of goggles.
If I listen to you much longer, it'll be adult undergarments.
That was cruel.
Sam, a Predator drone just spotted a mobile command center in the area up ahead. See if you can tap it for intelligence.
You don't want me to take it out?
No. We could have done that with the Predator.
When climbing down the ladder, just stay on the ladder, don't drop down, because otherwise this soldier up here would have seen you. When he turns around and walks away, that's when you can drop down, climb up, and Kia! There's two soldiers talking at the back of this mobile control van, so we're going to bypass the circuit, wait for them to get done talking.
Good job, Sam. There's only one more propaganda broadcast set up in your area.
내 그 말을 들으니 안심이야요. 테스트를 시작하자. 알았어.
Wait for the guy in the van to turn around and then Kia! And then we're gonna try to rush this dude before he gets into the light. Punch buggy, no punch back. Then upload the tap.
Sam. With an inside line on the NKA's command network, we should be able to funnel useful intelligence to the regs.
Always happy to lend a hand.
And we'll disable this last propaganda broadcast, and that's it. We can go inside the building.
Way to go, Fisher. That's the last of their propaganda stations in this area.
Thank God. Starting to lose my mind.
There's a lot of dialogue here, trying not to talk during the dialogue if I can help it. Yeah, this ladder. Sometimes Fisher just won't climb down the ladder, and you gotta keep reapproaching it until he does. Because climbing's an automatic process. And we'll grab these hard drives once we get down here.
Fisher, those are the main servers for the National Data Trunk. Every bit of data that moves through here gets tagged in transit.
It's smaller than I thought.
And getting smaller every year. Listen, you need to recover the main drive so I can see if the attack that launched the missile came from somewhere else first. Good. Now get that drive up to the roof and we'll transmit it to the EA-6B.
Why can't you just read it from here?
It'll take too long to guarantee a secure link. And if the DPRK intercepts it...
Then this mission is a waste of time.
So we're gonna wait over here. And then once that blows up, we're going to squeeze in between this server and the wall, and then we're going to mantle up over here. And we're going to wait for these two soldiers to walk by. And once they do, we're going to move at 3 speed, so we will make noise, but it comes in under the threshold. And we're going to squeeze in over here. We got to make less noise. Mantle up over here because this guard will see you if you're not mantled up to the wall.
경치는 좋구만. 정말 그래. 대공포가 밤하늘을 밝히면 왠지 모르게 아름답다니까. 아름답고 별을 보는 것보다 훨씬 좋구만. 그래. 마치 별자리를 우리가 만드는 것 같지 않나? 응. 공하고 팽이 뭐 하나 나 보고 갔어. 문이 어떻게 됐는지. 아마 터져서 죽었을 거야. 될지도. 이따가 보자. 잘 가라.
As soon as that dude's shadow passes, we're going to move at 2 speed and just squeeze behind this guy, then hit the elevator button. We're done with the first part.
Next stop, top floor.
Once I transmit the data, I'm on to extraction?
That's the plan. If we can confirm the LZ is safe, we'll extract you directly from the rooftop.
And if it's not safe?
So I've split this level into 3 segments because this is an exceptionally brutal level. Same with Bathhouse. I try to do this in as few segments as I can, but this is like brutal.
Lambert, I'm in position.
Iron Man, this is Moondog. Begin transmission now. Weird. Did the laser trip that? Eject! We gotta dump this data!
Lambert, we have a problem.
Fisher, the plane went down before they could purge the data. We need to get to the wreckage and make sure the North Koreans don't recover it.
NK regulars are setting up portable radar reconnaissance receivers. See if you can take them all out. Good job, Sam. RF monitoring indicates at least 4 more P3Rs active in your AO.
So first things first, you gotta scan that thing in order to disable the personnel radar. Then over here, there's going to be a wall mine. We can ignore that by just climbing and going, and then we're going to shoot this over here. There's 3 guards in this area, and we have a limited amount of time to clear it before a drone follows up and sets off an alarm. We don't want that. I'll scan that from far away. Just go ahead and get it out of the way now. And as soon as this drone comes out of the waiter, comes out of the waiter. Wait, what? What am I even saying? Comes around the corner. As soon as the drone comes around the corner, we're gonna OCP it. Out of the water? Was I trying to say out of the water? What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, you can keep stacking it. And then once we come down here, the guard is going to investigate the light that we shot a second ago. We're just going to kind of sneak up, just like nice and easy. And then we'll jump up here. And then we're going to use a sticky camera. I prefer to use a sticky camera here instead of a shocker, because we need the shockers for later in the level, and this guy is not wearing a gas mask. So once we hit him with the gas, we're going to stun the drone one more time. And then we gotta climb up this ladder. The reason I gotta climb up this ladder is because there is a smoke grenade here. We need that smoke grenade. Like, we really need that smoke grenade. Did I mention that we're choosing Redding's recommendation for this level? Reason being because there's more smoke grenades. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned that. Anyway, next up. This guy's gonna go this way, and I wanna knock him out too. Except not really, because he's only got like a limited patrol path, and he's not gonna patrol anywhere that his friends are, so it's not a problem. Next, we're gonna OCP that drone after we come through this door, and what I usually like to do is I like to equip a gun while moving backwards. And line it up on a flat piece of ledge. Like if the ledge is like perfectly even, then Sam will grab onto it. But if it's not, then he won't grab onto it. Sometimes he'll suffer an injury. Can't fall too quickly. Then we're gonna use Then we're going to use a sticky camera here, knock him out. Then we'll OCP it again and actually shoot out.
There are only 2 P3Rs left in your area.
We'll actually shoot out that P3R that time. By the way, don't worry about the drones finding bodies. They actually will not count because they don't count. You know, they just don't count finding bodies with drones. We're gonna move backwards and hit the ledge here, because if we try to go to the ledge on the far end, that piece of wood sticking out will sometimes trip Sam up and will fall. Same over here. You just gotta make sure you are lined up absolutely perfectly, because if you don't, then you fall and you get hurt. And the harder you fall, the more likely you are to detect these guys anyway. This is a really, 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 really bad level. It's like Ubisoft Shanghai levels of jank. If you guys know already, like, every time that there's been a Splinter Cell game by Ubisoft Shanghai, it's always had, like, telepathic guards and just, like, really, really, really jank, like, design in general. It's like a Ubisoft Shanghai tier level. Anyway, while that guy on the right is going downstairs over here, we're going to knock his friend out. Punch buggy, no punch back, and then we're going to switch off the light and shoot out that light up there. Reason being, because if the guy comes upstairs and he sees the body, then the jig is up. It's going to count against us. But yeah, we'll shoot a camera over here. Wait for this guy to come back up. It's like impossible to sneak past these guys, so I just go ahead and knock them out. I mean, we actually need to access this computer anyway.
Whoa, good grab, Sam. Looks like the complete technical specifications on North Korean UAVs.
So what, we can just switch them all off now?
No, but we can pass it up the chain and inside of a few months find ways to disable them.
Well, that's not much help to me then, is it?
There's a South Korean guard and a North Korean guard duking it out, and after the South Korean guard kills the North Korean guard, which he will, we'll knock out the South Korean guard so he doesn't see us. There's nothing else worth grabbing.
We have multiple reports of more active armor in your immediate AO.
Great.
I have to put another segment here because this part is exceptionally bad. Alright, so Seoul Part 3. Even shittier design. So, first we gotta use a smoke grenade, probably. But I also found a pretty cool strat that I don't think anyone's tried yet, to my knowledge. First I'm gonna start by shooting out that light. If we shoot out the bomb, then we run a chance of accidentally killing one of the soldiers. By the way, there's a lip here on this on the ground here, and if you accidentally like drop down, then it counts as like moving at like 1,000,000 units of speed, and the bomb will blow up sometimes. Alright, so next, sticky camera. What we're going to do now is we are going to use a sticky camera on the bumper of this car right here. I've been experimenting with different placements, but unfortunately the only placement that I could find that actually works out is the bumper of this car. And now we're going to play the waiting game. We have to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait for these two soldiers to stack up in front of the car. So what's going on here in this fight is enemy infighting. So you have one set of enemies infighting another set of enemies, and they absolutely did not program this section very well at all, because stray bullets will hit you. Even when you're in a completely undetected state, sometimes enemies will just shoot you at random because you are a potential hitbox. That's just like the way that Unreal Engine hit scan aiming with AI enemies works. Anyway, once we knock those dudes out, we're going to use a smoke grenade in order to cover them up. You know, give it a little extra layer of like invisibility so that the North Korean guard doesn't see the South Korean guards. And you know, we grab him before he happens upon either of the bodies. And then we're going to drag him this way, and there's no more troops over here, so no worries. After we do that, we can throw another smoke grenade. I usually like to throw it right about there. The reason why I throw the smoke grenade is because that is an anti-personnel tank. And that anti-personnel tank, there's really no way to avoid it aside from like timing your movements, and there's another guard like sitting there at the top as well. There is a bonus objective you can get for blowing up the tanks with hand grenades, but you don't really need to do it in order to get 100%, so I just don't bother. I don't really do all the bonus objectives in this game. We're just focused on getting 100%, just 100% stealth. We'll use the OCP to take out that light, and then we'll climb. But yeah, the smoke grenade to hide the bodies was something that I'm actually quite proud of.
One more P3R to go, Fisher.
I'm fine.
Unfortunately, there is no way to get through this area without an extreme amount of luck. And I just did the rest of this level in a single segment because I didn't want to just like save and roll back saves if like it turned out that I didn't get 100% on the level because the body was found. We're going to shoot these two lights over here, get complete darkness. And then there's going to be another drone over here, and we're going to OCP it. Then we'll drop. Move it about, we can probably move it around 3 units of speed. But we still got to be careful. Keep in mind that enemies can see you if you're like 3 feet in front of them. We're going to mantle the wall over here. And then after we dismount the wall, we're going to run. Run as fast as you can. They will hear you, but they're not going to actually give chase, so don't worry. We're just going to shoot out this light and proceed as normal. We're going to inch forward very, very, very slowly to trigger the guard to run by, and while this light is out over here, it stays out at fixed intervals, so don't worry. We're going to shoot that light up there, and then as soon as the light goes out again, we're going to run across. Don't worry, we good. You could hear the chain gun revving up. The anti-personnel tank was about to shoot me. We'll disable this P3R over here. This is the last P3R.
Way to go, Sam. With those P3Rs out of commission, it'll be a lot safer to extract you.
Wow, you mean you're actually planning to get me out of here alive one day?
And this is the reason why I saved all of my incapacitative items. So we got airfoil rounds. We're going to use 1 airfoil round to knock this dude out. But these guys are a little tougher because the airfoil rounds, they arc. But the sticky shockers are hit scans, so we're going to use sticky shockers on the 2 ground troops. And we're going to save 1 last sticky shocker for the final soldier. But the final soldier isn't even the real threat. The real threat is the anti-personnel tank, which will still shoot at you, but you know, I don't take out the anti-personnel tanks, because if I do, then I have to kill both of them.
Damaged to recover the data. You'll need to fall back and designate the target for an airstrike. Use the structure down the street for your platform.
Let me get the pilots to safety first.
We don't have a lot of time, Sam. An NKA recovery team is en route.
Are you ordering me to leave these guys here and call in an airstrike?
I'm telling you what the objective is, trusting you to complete it. You have your orders. Fisher, if you compromise this mission for those men...
Save it, Irving. You gave me my orders already.
So, to set this up, if we carry 1 soldier, then another soldier, like another North Korean soldier, will spawn around the corner. These North Korean soldiers here all have gas masks, so you can't use the sticky camera against them. That's why I need the sticky shockers in order to incapacitate them. I like to carry both of the soldiers over here so that I can throw my last few smoke grenades and pick them up as quickly as possible. But if you use smoke grenades, then you are completely masked from the tank. So just try to move as quickly as possible. As quickly as humanly possible.
Alright, Fisher. Good job. You should be safe from the blast here. Designate the wreckage with your EEV from the roof.
I could also run if I'm feeling ballsy. But I'm not. Because I am so close to getting the no damage on this level. I'm just going to throw that last smoke there for good measure. Like, it would have been nice if there was, like, an extra smoke grenade. Anyway, I just wanted to save these guys because, well...
Alright, the pilots are safe. Now take out that plane.
With pleasure.
I like to be the good guy. And then we gotta cut hard left. We gotta watch that turret. As long as the turret isn't, like, looking in our general direction, we're solid to climb this ladder here.
You'll be able to designate the wreckage with your EEV from the top of this structure.
Alright.
Yeah, this is not an easy level. Basically, this game, it just throws... Like, this level throws a whole lot of cheap shots at you. And it's bad. It's really, really bad.
Right, Fisher, we have an F-117 inbound. Stand by.
Roger. Target is painted.
Hello there, Paperboy. This is Postman. We have your glare. Stay on target.
Affirmative, Postman.
And there you go, Paperboy. The package is in the mail.
Firm visual on the package, Postman.
Have a better one. Postman out.
Yeah, this level and Bathhouse are a blight on this game. They are both blights on an otherwise fantastic game. I hate them both. Any day now, House Carcy.
What do you mean the attack came from Japan? They're our allies.
Mr. President, these attacks represent the most sophisticated application of information warfare ever imagined. The missile launch came through Japan, yes, but it seems likely it was triggered by elements of a private security operation, Displace International.
Displace? That's Doug Shetland's outfit. We have contracts with them.
Who's Shetland?
Former Marine recon, among the very best. He was one of my top candidates for 3rd Echelon a few years ago. No love lost for the military or the United States. Rumor is that we hung him out to dry for political reasons over an incident that wasn't his fault. We can only speculate as to what his agenda is.
Well, how do we defuse the situation until we know?
Maybe the Chinese can help.
Gotcha.
Echelon tracked down Doug Shetland in Tokyo 6 hours ago. He's mobile and he's wireless. And from what we've managed to decrypt, it looks like he's about to wrap up his business with whoever his Japanese contacts are. From what we've managed to pick out of the air, it looks like he and his men are about to converge on a bathhouse in the middle of the city. We need to find out who Shetland is meeting with, and do everything we can to prevent him from closing his deal.
Clearly, the attack that crippled the Walsh and force-launched the missile from the battery went through Seoul, but it originated in Japan. Shetland has something to do with it, and my line into the Displace servers shows that he's definitely profiteering on this war. In order to shut down his operation and prevent any further escalation, we need to ID his business partners and make sure they don't leave there with any more of Zerkezi's weaponized algorithms.
Fisher, the bathhouse where this meeting is going down is a semi-public place. There will be civilians in there, and probably a boatload of goons. Shetland's men seem to be popping up all around Tokyo in the last hour or so, and converging simultaneously on the location. Frances Cohen has been in Asia for the last few months, and she's found some ties between the Bathhouse ownership and a Japanese criminal organization known as the Red Nation. It's possible that they are Shetland's partners. Fisher, I just got a request from Frances Cohen.
What does she need?
She's been trying to get a man inside the bathhouse for a long time to keep tabs on the Red Nation. She wants to know if you can tap the phone lines in and around the building.
Francis? Of course I can.
Very carefully sneak up and grab this guy. While those guys are having a dialogue.
What are you doing back here?
Oh my god! We're supposed to check the DSL connections! Make sure there's no interference!
Why? Is Shetland setting up a network?
Yeah! Something he calls a shadow net! Portable wireless network! Operates between standard Wi-Fi frequencies! Almost impossible to tap!
Thanks for your help.
No problem!
Did he say DSL connections? High on a hill with a great big did low blah 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 blah. Hee-hoo! Anyway. We're gonna wait for these guys to, you know, like there's two different ways that this could play out. Like either they'll keep talking or they'll aggro this way and this guy will come this way, and then we wait for him to turn around and grab him and abduct him too. Just try to stay out of the light. Keep your shadow away from his front. Yes, NPCs can see your shadows, so be careful. And we can throw this... we can just keep throwing this this can over and over again at these lights. And it's pretty glorious. We only have one more dude to deal with. I actually probably could have just thrown the can and just run up and knocked him out, but... Punch buggy, no punch back. Still gonna keep picking this up because it's our friend Can.
Good work, Fisher. That's the first phone line. See if you can tap into the rest.
But yeah, the cans can break lights, like as many lights as you want, as long as you keep picking them up, you know? I mean, I'm trying to hold on to this can for as long as I can. That's why he's Can.
You'll have some civilians in the bathhouse. Do not, I repeat, do not kill any of them.
I'll be careful.
Be more than careful. Be Gandhi.
Yes, sir.
We have to throw this can. We have to throw Can up here before we climb, if we're gonna keep him. And then we have to knock out this guy before he turns on the lights.
Did I just hear something? Holy crap!
Kia! We'll actually have to drop Can here for just a little bit. Remember, if you save and reload, Can disappears, so you have to have Can in your hand when you save the game. So you can still use Can. I like to use a sticky camera over here to knock this guy out. We don't have to worry about any patrolling guards. But just in case I need a little bit of extra room to bait some of the guards downstairs, or upstairs, down here, we're going to use Can to destroy these lights over here.
Fisher, those guys don't look Japanese to me.
Yeah, Expensive suits cut wide in the shoulders. They're packing for sure.
Exactly. I make them for Displace, trying to keep a low profile.
Makes sense. Doug knows how to stay discreet when it's necessary.
Thing about Can-Can is Can-Can isn't a gunshot.
To figure out who Shetlin is meeting with, you'll need to head up into the private offices. Check upstairs to the north of your position and past reception.
On my way.
So we can't use Can-Can for the time being. Can-Can can't break all lights. He can break naked lights, but he can't break lights that have clothes on, if you're picking up when I'm laying down. But of course, you know, this guy saw the light was broken, so he pulled out his gun. Now we're going to try to sneak up on this guy a little more, but nah, he's gone into the light. Instead, we're going to have to pull back and wait for his friend, who is also investigating. Just stay, like, you know, a good 6 to 10 feet in front of him, and that is optimal. That is optimal safe distance. Grab character.
Cooperate, and I won't cripple you.
Who? What?
Tell me anything you can about the area you're guarding.
The lobby and upper offices are to the north. The baths themselves are to the south.
Wow. You're pretty spineless.
A lot of people say I'm too nice. Maybe that's why they never let me guard an area alone.
All right, so there's two more bad guys. The thing you gotta worry about though is the totally not stereotypical Japanese man who's really just a repair guy. But if he detects you, then everyone else detects you, and it's a shit show.
Are you trying to play with me? I can take it.
Yeah, but can you take Can-Can? You don't want to take Can-Can. He's got jagged edges. So we're gonna back up. He's gonna turn on the light, and well, he's got his back towards us. The totally not racist Japanese caricature is just going to go into the other room. Like, he'll go in between the room and he'll repair the whatever it is he's repairing up there. I don't want to use any I don't want to use any items to knock him out though, if I can help it. I'm just trying to find him. Oh right, on this attempt he glitched out. I looked at him once, but I just, like, didn't realize. Past Carcy still thinks he's inside that room. But yeah, for some reason, maybe it's because, I don't know, some frame rate oddity. Because back in the day, PC versions of games got the short end of the stick, and games were more designed for consoles. So the PC ports were not properly debugged, and stuff like this happens whenever you play games at a higher frame rate. Now, if I locked the frame rate to 30, maybe I wouldn't have this problem, but are we really going to play a PC game at 30 FPS? Really? So I finally see him, but he's not really doing anything. He's sort of standing in thin air because he couldn't really figure out how to climb the ladder, I guess, or something. His AI broke. So we're just gonna slowly creep up on him. I have no idea what he will do if I stand in the light. And then we're just gonna... We can just leave him where he is. There's gonna be no more patrolling guards. Close this, and I'm going to make a save here just because this part was really tedious. But yeah, this level has another enemy infighting section, which makes it next to impossible to clear without save scumming if you're going to try to avoid damage, but more importantly, you have to save scum in order to get 100% stealth.
Some red mission guys up in the private rooms, but I didn't disturb them. How about the front?
It's tight. A truck is blocking the alley, and I sent the guys unloading it for a coffee break.
Which guys?
Just some guys. Worker guys.
What? You just said, hey, why don't you guys take a break, and they did?
Well, I gave them 100,000 yen.
Oh, okay. Well, don't forget to expense that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties about Splinter Cell is like... Alright, so we got a 193, I saw 30. And we gotta disable this camera up here. Highly, highly, highly useful to scan that computer right there. But yeah, it's actually kind of neat that everyone who played Splinter Cell, depending on the version of the game they got, just about ended up playing a completely different version of the game. Or I should say, a completely different game. We're going to pow 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 all of these guys. Shut down this computer here too. We can shoot out the vending machine as well. But the guy's gonna come in, and I'm not sure if he's gonna like try to rush the storeroom or anything like that, but either way, you gotta hide the body so that this guy doesn't see any other shenanigans. Or this guy, actually. Actually, no, I didn't take out any guards yet. What the hell? What am I even thinking? But yeah, I wanted to get rid of the lights so that I could try to separate the guards.
No signs of disturbance.
Alright, so guy with glasses back outside. Snap him up.
You know what I'm after.
Probably Shetland. Everyone else seems to be.
Where is he?
He's meeting someone in the private baths at the back. Not sure who. Not exactly sure when. But soon.
What's his escape plan if something were to go wrong?
I don't know. But I'd bet on helicopter extraction from the roof.
Trying to find our other guy over here. There's two, there's one civilian and one guard upstairs, but I'm trying to think of like what's the best way that I should tackle this. The civilian will go to sleep. Actually, he'll be in like different states of animation depending on if you enter from the stairs or you enter from the zip line outside. I usually like to enter with the zip line from outside because it makes it easier to isolate these guys.
Get out here right now.
Man, you see that? He just like one framed and he almost got me. Like that's what I'm talking about when I say an enemy just like one frames, is he just like turns around in one frame, he just like detects you in one frame, you know, something happens within one frame that just like causes an enemy to glitch out and just detect you. And that was one such event that I just like narrowly avoided. And try to sneak up on this guy while we can. We don't have to worry about the civilian here. He's just in this other room. We're just going to check and see if he's sleeping or if he's watching TV. And as it turns out, he's watching TV.
I don't want to hurt you, so tell me something useful.
I know lots of useful things.
Fantastic. Run down the list.
The door code to the owner's office is 3
6
5 0.
Good.
There are some men barricaded in a room next to the owner's office. There is a vent in the wall that joins the rooms.
Very helpful.
It is my pleasure to serve you. Please, come again.
Oh, by the way, did you know that I am actually French Canadian? Also, that kanji is upside down on that scroll.
In the back of the bathhouse in a little while.
Who's he meeting?
Red Nishin from the looks of it. Cohen was right. The bathhouse owner is pretty high up in the Japanese mob.
I don't know. That doesn't sound like Shetland style.
Well, unless you find something to the contrary, it looks like a solid lead to me.
I'll keep sniffing around.
Yeah, the Japanese representation in this game is god-awful.
Fisher, those two aren't Displace. They're ISDF assault troops.
What is ISDF doing here?
Maybe the Red Nishin has sold Shetland out to the ISDF. Eavesdrop on that meeting and figure out what's going on before ISDF blows this up.
How are we going to stop them?
I'll get on the horn with Admiral Otomo and make sure we're all on the same page.
No way Shetland had time. Besides, we are in a hurry.
Yeah, it's not even worth it to knock these guys out. We already got what we wanted off the computer. A little bonus objective. We don't have to worry about them coming outside and finding any bodies either. We can just run for it. The only thing that I'm trying to avoid, though, is the one guard outside that I didn't take care of. He's not worth it at this point because I already, you know, he's never coming back in. He just checked the lights.
Fairway with about 200 yards.
Oh no, Pass Carsey, what are you doing?
Currently,
You won. You won, Pass Carsey. Stop. Stop. I mean, this game got me trained. I guess I was feeling pretty paranoid. Anyway. So none of the level leading up to the, the enemy infighting section, where you could get cheated out of your 100% score unless you save scum. Like, none of this leading up to it is, particularly bad. It's just really precise and can be annoying sometimes. We're going to disable the light here so that we don't show up in the mirror's reflection. Then we're going to punch buggy. And we have a new game. It's called Don't Drop the Soap. Because this soap is our best friend. We can throw the soap, we just can't drop the soap.
It ain't supposed to do that, is it? Not as far as I know.
After we OCP the light, we're going to pierce the generator here. You can't just throw the soap at the guys either. It's a soft throwable. There's hard throwables and there's soft throwables. You can see I donked him in the head.
Did you hear that? Relax. Maybe it was nothing.
But he treated it like...
I don't know. What's that sound?
But the enemy AI didn't treat him like he was hit. It's like you can see a bonk, but it counts as like sound detection.
No one here. No signs of disturbance.
I probably actually could have used a sticky camera here. But I guess I wasn't thinking about sticky cameras because sometimes when I've routed a level and there's like something that I've figured out that I just can't do, sometimes I forget that I actually can do it with other enemies until it just like dawns on me, hey, wait a minute, I could actually do that. I'm just gonna subdue this guy because I don't want to risk punch buggying him or ki-ya-ing him. Actually, yeah, that's what happened, was like he ya'd him into the swimming pool and he snapped his neck and he died. One attempt. So that's what I was aiming to avoid, because you have no control over whether Sam will punch buggy or whether he'll ki-ya. So ki-ya. And we're gonna take the soap. Yeah, you're supposed to tap this phone over here. Or the phone junction box over here, but I forgot to do that. I do remember to do it in the next segment, though. I mean, even if gravity kills the enemy, it still counts against you because an enemy's dead. Now we're in the Sumetai Ofuro, the cold bath. And, of course, the soap has betrayed us. I tried to use the soap to break that light, but fat freaking chance that time. We're gonna wait for this guy to turn around.
I don't want to find it.
We're mantled on the wall, so we can get away with it.
I saw something there.
Okay, we have to drag this guy really far away now.
Gotcha. Damn, I knew I'd get caught in here.
Tough break, pal. Tell me something I don't know.
Well, our thermal vision kit didn't get distributed yet, so we can't see for crap. But some of the guys that came in with Shetland, I think they're fully equipped.
Shetland's personal bodyguards have thermal?
I think so. Not that it does much good in steam. Steam isn't fog, like in an abattoir or something. Steam is warm, just like human bodies.
Good point. Thanks for the explanation.
Anytime.
Yeah, so take that advice to heart, because the thermals basically give the guards infinite visibility, especially if they're at like full aggro state. So full visibility, including in night vision, and they will just ice you from a million miles away. Especially with as egregious as the hit scan is in this game.
Okay.
Which is yet another reason why Bathhouse is an absolutely fucking super jank, super terrible level. Like I say, it's a blight. It is an absolute blight on this game. There's another guy in here. We're gonna shoot these out. I want to be able to knock him out too, in case I have to backtrack, because basically I gotta shoot everyone here. Well, not shoot everyone. I have to knock out everyone here.
What is going on?
And then, yeah, we gotta go nice and easy. Nice and easy. We can, if we do 3 units, it's probably gonna be really tough. But I had to get him before he found the bodies. Man, I love this crazy Cowboy Bebop jazz that the third game has going for the OST. It's absolutely one of the highlights of this game is the Amin Tobin soundtrack. We'll use the soap to knock out that light over there. As soon as this guy turns around, we're gonna snatch this dude. Yeah, there's some, like, pretty complex stuff going on with, like, the time signatures here. I love it. So we gotta watch out for that gun turret over there. He actually can't shoot us from this far away. I'm gonna turn on the steam. If we turn on the steam, we can actually, like, run in front. I mean, we can't get super close, but I don't have to worry about him, or the gun turret shooting. Absolutely turn off this gun turret. Gotta find the soap. There's our soap. I actually didn't need to break these lights because the thread is gone, but I still did it anyway. I decided to do a save over here because the actual bathhouse section of the bathhouse is quite grueling. It's just long, man. So the ISDF troops, I believe they do not have thermal, so keep that in mind. The displaced troops do have thermal, the ISDF troops do not.
Way to go, Sam. Cohen says there's one more phone line she'd like you to tap.
And this is the part where I have to run all the way back to tap the other phone line, but I have no idea where this ISDF troop is. During the infighting section later, we have to worry about... We can, like, we have to save scum, but it's the displaced troops that we have to worry about, not the ISDF. This guy's gonna light the candle. We're gonna bap. So I went the extra mile here, and I hid the bodies here too, because I didn't know whether or not the bodies would spawn in during the level state change, where like everything's on fire and other enemies would spawn in. I didn't really do too much due diligence with this level. I was being really cautious. We're gonna blow this out again, and wait for friend to come back. We'll pick up the soap again though. Ken-ken-san ga nai kara Sopu-san o motte ikimasu. Alright, so he's gonna go that way, and we're going to grab his ass. Yeah, he's got like night vision goggles, but he doesn't use them. I mean, in the infighting section, the JSDF troops do not have thermal vision, but the displaced troops do. So keep that in mind, because I will be pointing out why that is so important. Also, most Most Japanese establishments actually don't have those squatty potties as far as I'm aware. I mean, a few times I've been to Japan, I've seen those squatty potties, but they're pretty horrible. Can't say I've ever actually used one. I would rather rupture my intestines holding it in, thanks. And yeah, that's pretty much the last time that slippery soap is going to be useful. There's 2 more guards here, and I got no clue when they're going to make their way out and around. I could have done this section a lot faster by just...
Yes, sir. I just double-checked the blueprints. Turns out there's a vent that comes out from these. ISDS needs to be nervous. Make sure the vent is clear of any surveillance.
Yes, sir.
You can also shoot the candles.
I'm on it.
Yeah, so someone in Twitch chat is asking, are you supposed to get naked from the waist down or just bend way over to make sure you don't dookie in your pants? I mean, the way they are designed, it would insinuate that you are supposed to get naked from the waist down, but I have also heard that you just, like, drop it to your ankles and just squat over it that way. But that sounds... that feels to me like you'd just get toilet water all over your jeans if you did that. Yeah, so while we're waiting for the guards to do whatever it is that we want them to do, I'm gonna run all the way back and tap that final phone line. But yeah, squat toilets pretty much on the way out of Japan. I actually only saw them once in a bar and another I don't even remember where.
That's the last phone line, Fisher. Cohen sends her thanks.
Tell her it was my pleasure.
Only one in public is... Only 1 or 2 in public as far as I could tell. In like Tokyo and Osaka. I was also shooting out lights just in case it would help me somehow. Spoiler alert, it didn't really. Alright, so there's that guard over there.
See? There it is again.
I heard that. Hey, you! Come out here!
Nice one. Tell the whole world we're coming, why don't you?
There's a guard with a helmet way down the hallway, and he's next to impossible to grab unless you distract him and pull him in some other way. Because if you snake yourself into that hallway at all, then he will see you, and he will shoot you, and probably kill you because it's expert difficulty.
Here. Did you hear that?
Oh, crap. What do we do?
I think we have to check it out.
Just trying to lure these guys into a position where I can hopefully separate one of them.
I think I'm seeing things.
Maybe. But if you are, I'm seeing them too.
I wish you hadn't said that.
Just gotta wait for them to turn around because if we grab...
They say there's nothing here.
If we grab the guy in the back, then the guy in the front is gonna turn around and... He's gonna get, he's gonna see us.
You find anything?
What?
Did you find anything?
What? You mean in the vents? No.
So there's no reason to expect anyone is spying on Shetland's meeting.
No. I don't think so.
Well, I guess I'll have to do it then. Good night.
Good night.
I love how, like, down for the gag these guards are. Fisher's like, good night, and the guard's like, oh, good night. Oh yeah, it should be noted, you actually do make more noise walking diagonally because you are actually storing speed whenever you press 2 movement keys. So whenever you press W and A and you're trying to move diagonally, then what happens is you actually end up moving diagonally slightly faster. It's like SR50 in Doom. And basically Sam's animation speeds up and consequently he makes more noise as a result. So be very careful about moving diagonally. I probably mentioned this during the commentary for level 5 Displace, but this is why I say, please watch the video completely before trying the strategies yourself. Because there's always some piece of advice that I forget to mention, like, earlier in levels. And the moving diagonally thing is very, very important, actually. I'm trying to find some way to distract this guy. Get him over here. Shoot that out. Try to shoot the light out over here. For some reason, there's a dangling light bulb in this hallway during the enemy infighting section. And it's like, why is there a dangling light? There wasn't a dangling light there before. Yeah, this guy's even got a flashlight. He is an astonishingly tricky guard. This is about as far as I would go with difficulty in guard placement before I would start to call foul and be like, "Ah, artificial difficulty."
Just forget it.
I mean, it's fair play. Everything about this guard's placement is what I would consider fair play. He's just really annoying, really tedious. Really breaks the flow of this part of the level. Then once this is done, close the door. We are free and clear of all enemies. But I mean, trying to set up things the way that I've been trying to set them up here, I don't think it actually even helps you during the enemy infighting section. With the ISDF and the displaced troops shooting each other. Oh, yeah, very important piece of information, by the way. Only move as far as it takes for the dialogue to advance. Do not go up to the vent. If you do, then the displaced troops who have infrared will detect you. It's a bug. They will detect you, but they won't like aggro. It'll just count as them detecting you.
ISDF is in the building. Are they making their move?
So move exactly as far as I moved, and that's it.
I haven't been able to contact Otomo. I don't know what's going on.
Wait a minute.
Yes, this will do just fine.
I told you I've taken care of everything. We're secure.
Jesus, Lambert. ISDF isn't here to take Shetland down. They're meeting with him. They're his partners.
My God. Stay there. We need to hear the details before we go to the Joint Chiefs with this.
You did not bring them? I am not going to follow you across Tokyo.
Relax, Kaneda. I'll just download them and burn you a disc.
Ha! You take me for a fool. You are not stupid enough to download them over a public network. What are you up to?
I said relax. You're right. I'm not that stupid. My men just finished setting up a shadow net. Completely secure wireless, discreet from the web. Now sit. You'll have your algorithms in about 4 minutes. Roll it!
Lambert.
Let it go, Fisher. We know the truth. We'll pick up the pieces after the dust settles.
Save it, Kaneda. I've seen it before. You're defending your honor to cover up your lies. Should I check the account, or should we start shooting and see who walks out of here?
Kaneda! Tetsuo!
They just made an Akira reference.
No, 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 please. We can work this out.
Kaneda! Tetsuo!
Chopper's on its way. Good. Secure this area. No one comes through. Yes, sir.
Fisher?
Kill Shetland. I know.
Little covering fire here! Time to meet your maker!
Yeah, it's like actually not Kaneda, it's Kotneda, not Kaneda. Alright, so we'll scan this laptop now that the guards are out of the room, and then get this objective. And then once we exit, we're going to save immediately because we have to save scum this section. There's no other way around it.
You're going down!
Also, the music is super duper loud.
I need... Wait, I think...
Equip a smoke grenade. So I decided to do this all in one take. This last segment over here. Before I hit play, I should probably describe what's going on. So, we're going to go back through the vent. That is the safest way to do it. The problem is there's displaced soldiers on the other side, and we just have to make a break for it, and that's going to result in us probably dying. But the JSDF soldiers on the other end of the hallway will not see us because they do not have thermal goggles. The displaced soldiers do, so they will see us immediately. Which is why I opted to not use a smoke grenade on this vent over here. Originally, that was the plan, to use a smoke grenade, but I stopped doing that. So, with that, I'm going to go hit play now. Alright. So here's what we do, alright? We have to get super duper lucky just going across this hallway as it is. We have to hope that they are shooting the enemies and that they don't detect us. Because they can just like keep their backs to the walls when we get out and we have no idea what they're doing. So next, we're going to throw the smoke grenade over here because the displaced soldiers have thermal and they will see us on the other side. It will count against us. So once that's done, we have 2 smoke grenades left. There's a mine over here. Be very careful. And then we're going to throw this smoke grenade here to the left of this thing in the center. It should blind the guy on the left and maybe the guy on the right. The guy in the center is just like kind of whatever. It gets us over here. And then we're going to throw it to the right of this column over here, closer to the door, while the smoke from the previous grenade is still active. And then we close the door behind us, and that's it. That was egregious. Egregious. It's not even difficult. It's just jank. It's like super duper jank, that whole section that I just passed through.
This is pointless, Sam. You won't know what to do if you catch me. Why bother chasing?
My God, Fisher! Shetland has rigged the place to blow. There are bombs hidden in the furnace room. You'll have to find them all, and fast.
Make sure that you close the gate behind you, by the way, because it'll change the way that the AI works for this guard that will spawn as soon as we disable. Because you can hear he's like, who left this open? Make sure your sticky shockers are equipped too.
Have you wrapped around their fingers, Fisher? You know more to them than any other weapon.
So make sure you can hot swap between the sticky shocker and the ring airfoil, because you need 2 sticky shockers and 1 ring airfoil for this. They have thermal goggles on, so they can see you no matter what. So just try to shoot them from an angle where their heads, or like the fronts of their heads, will not be visible to you in any way. If you look at their face, if you see the face of God, you will die. Basically is how this works. So we're gonna hide this body over here. We don't have to worry about any of the other thermal guards seeing them. And then once we climb up here, we're going to, well, I mean, I just like to take a little shortcut usually, but we're gonna hop over the railing over here and drop down and disable the next bomb. The next part is very difficult, so we gotta pay very close attention.
Made yourself the instrument of a policy you don't believe in, Sam. Walk away.
So this first guy is gonna come up to the handrail. We're not gonna climb. We're not gonna like move past this handrail yet. We have to look up, let him turn, and then after he turns, climb the handrail as quickly as you can. But otherwise, stay under the walkway until he turns. Okay, so now we're gonna equip the SC-20K with the sticky shocker, and we're gonna aim it over here. Hit his body. Don't try to hit his head, because he will see the sticky shocker and he will duck it, and you will be dead. So after that, we're gonna walk over this way, nice and easy, nice and easy, and then we're going to punch buggy. And now we gotta hide these 2 bodies because there's one final guard that we have to worry about. We'll hide the first body over here. Okay, guy. Okay, you can lay like that. It's fine. And we'll take him and put him behind the whatever this thing is. And then we'll keep the sticky shocker equipped and disable the last bomb.
Blood is thicker than water, and you and I have bled a lot together. You're trading your honor for their agenda.
Okay, next, we're going to jump over this way, and we're going to hide in this corner over here. He will not look to the right at first, but once he comes out, we're going to... Okay, and there he's done. There, that's Bathhouse. So after that, it's just a matter of hoping and praying that none of the guards in that hallway saw me, so that I can get 100%.
It doesn't have to end like this, Sam.
No, but it does have to end.
On that we agree. We've been fighting their dirty little wars our entire lives, and where do we end up? Staring at each other down the barrels of our guns. Nothing has changed, Fisher. And it won't change by degrees. We have to tear it down and start over. It's the only way.
Your own little chaos theory, throw the world into war and hope that what comes out the other side is better.
It will be better. Because this war will change things, Sam. Every other war has been about keeping things the same, but the status quo doesn't work anymore. America's sick, Sam. She's dying. The politicians, the bureaucrats, the whispered backroom deals, it's all life support for a sick old lady who was dead a long time ago.
The only backroom deals that I've seen lately were made by you. You're a murderer and a war criminal.
Those are the only names the state has for the revolutionaries, Sam. You only become a hero after the war is over. You know the truth. The world is built from the bottom up, not the other way around. Honor, courage, fidelity. We don't inherit these things from the world, Sam. We build the world from them. I know you. You believe in these things more than any government. And I know that because of it, you wouldn't shoot an old friend.
Put down your gun.
You're right, Doug. I wouldn't shoot an old friend.
Yeah, you'd stab him instead. Yeah, this is by and far the worst level that I've seen in any stealth video game. Fuck Bathhouse. This level sucks.
Events today jeopardized diplomatic efforts when North Korean armor encountered a so-called self-healing minefield while attempting to withdraw from the area.
North Korean forces were adequately cautioned that self-healing minefields along the DMZ should not be considered cleared obstacles. We're back at the brink of war, and now we find out it is the Japanese?
The Japanese are allies.
I don't care if they're the Christmas elves. They sank the Walsh.
We don't know that their government was involved.
We know Admiral Otomo was involved, and we know where the gentleman is. We have to go in now, immediately.
The fact is, we don't know how far the conspiracy goes. If Otomo's actions are sanctioned by the Japanese government, then the only solution is military. But if he's acting alone...
Your man again?
He's already in position.
Send him in.
The State Department has lost contact with all of the U.S. officers who work at the Kokubo Sosho with the Japanese Self-Defense Force. It looks like the SDF have taken them prisoner, and they're refusing to answer our calls. In typical fashion, the Japanese are circling their wagons. Either they're afraid to admit they've lost control of Otomo, or they're actually sanctioning him. If that's the case, we'll have to come clean with North Korea, which will spark a massive war in Asia. If not, we need to find out what our officers know, and figure out what to do about Otomo before North Korea finds out what's going on.
Sam, even if the Japanese government is not sanctioning him, Otomo still clearly has the capacity to strike. If he's still in control of the information arm of the SDF, you'll need to deal with him very carefully. There's no telling what kind of havoc he could unleash.
Last contact we had with any U.S. personnel in the Kokubo Sosho was a fragment of a phone call from Major Harper, a logistics advisor to GSDF. From the sounds of the call, the room he was in was raided by Japanese troops and he was taken prisoner. It doesn't sound like anyone has been killed, and if there's any hope of maintaining peaceful relations with the Japanese, you're going to have to keep it that way.
Fisher, I can't stress this enough. If one Japanese soldier dies, we risk World War III. Any fatalities and I abort the mission immediately.
I understand.
Locate our officers and find out what the hell is going on there.
I'll find them.
So we'll equip the sticky shockers and also the SC pistol. We're going to wait for these guards to turn around before we hit this switch object and open the door.
Did you hear the news? The rescue was successful. You're kidding me. No, that Chinese guy.
We're going to wait this out for a little bit. So you can either break the lock or just pick it. Either or. I think picking it is probably just better use of your time. I don't know if it'll actually get you in faster being undetected versus just like breaking the lock, but if we break the lock, then they'll see us too quickly, so we don't want that. Then next, we're going to, as soon as we get out of the vent, we're gonna run into the toilet over here. Well, quietly, very quietly. And then we'll wait for this guy to come out. And we're going to interrogate him.
Nice building. I'm gonna suggest they hire your designer to do some work on the Pentagon.
What do you want?
A news update. What's happening here tonight?
I know nothing.
You probably know more than you think. Just talk.
Some men have been moved around, guarding inside. A captain was here earlier getting volunteers. Not sure what for. I should have stayed home. It was karaoke night.
Yeah, so the reason why I chose the vent route as opposed to going directly to the 3rd floor is because it's just easier to knock these guys out from bottom to top as opposed to going top to bottom, because we have to come back downstairs. We can use the SC-20K to break these lights because we're far enough away. And then we'll equip the sticky shocker. We're going to wait for this guy to take a seat.
It's not like anybody would be crazy enough to bust in here. This is the easiest job in the world.
So the Kokubo Sosho is like the Ministry of Defense. After we zap him, we're going to aim up and zap him too. Man, for all the other jank in this game, I am so glad the Sticky Shocker actually has hit scan. We're going to slow ourselves down nice and easy, and then we're going to climb up here.
You stay in this room and keep quiet. We didn't say anything. Keep it that way. I have orders not to shoot you, but I have orders not to let you escape. Let's not find out which order is more important.
We're not soldiers. We're just desk jockeys. We're perfectly comfortable here.
I'm not going to the bathroom.
Okay, fine. We can hold it. We'll be right here.
Yes, you will.
We gotta wait for this guard to turn around and leave. Stay quiet in this room because these guys actually have like superhuman hearing. So just like stay at around like 1 or 2, but don't pip any. But don't move quick enough to actually pip any audio. Keep it like completely silent.
What? Hey, you're American.
Maybe, but I'm not here to rescue you.
That's okay. We're not really hostages anyway.
What's going on?
Not too sure. SDF rounded up all the U.S. personnel and locked us up. We saw some generals and ministers being brought in earlier.
Where did they go?
Into the war room in the sub-level.
The doors to the lower levels are sealed.
A captain was just up here looking for combat-ready volunteers to go down there. Maybe the doors are open now.
Perfect timing. Somebody will come for you later.
Sam, we need to record everything that happens in that meeting so we can present it to the Joint Chiefs.
It would speed things up if you'd let me remove some of the threats.
Forget it, Fisher. Until we know who the enemy is, there is no enemy. No enemy means no kills. Deal.
Man. I gotta say though, if the Japanese guards aren't gonna let these guys go to the bathroom, then, you know, the least they could do is just let them deuce it out on the ground, you know? There's also another shortcut up here if you're not knocking out anyone. You can take the piece of modern art up there and just go all the way to the top, climb a vent, and then like drop down behind the 2 dudes you're supposed to talk to, but it's not worth it, I think. Just zap them.
You ever been hit by one of those? No. Well, Mamura has, and I don't want to end up like him.
Really?
See? It made him stupid.
Mamoru, did you get shot with one of these?
I told you, dumb as a sack of rice.
Oh, sack of rice.
Alright, so we're gonna turn off the power here. It also turns off the power to the escalator.
Fisher, from the looks of it, these guards are LTL equipped.
Less than lethal. Why?
There's only one reason I can think of that they'd issue them to combat troops. They'll want to interrogate anyone they catch.
Well, I'm not the talkative type.
We can go ahead and shocker this dude. My recommendation is to take out 2 of these guys and leave 1 more to use the retinal scanner. Take note of the positions of the guards here real quick, and then use the OCP to disable this infrared camera here.
What is wrong with this?
But of course, the other guy will catch on immediately. I had to improvise, so I moved immediately. We were still under 1 nit, so I was able to move towards the bathroom because I knew that 1 guard, as soon as their patrols resumed and they stopped aggroing, I would be able to grab 1 of them.
I do not know. Okay, you are getting jumpy. Just forget it.
Alright, so first guy here, we're just gonna grab him and subdue him. Man, the toilets in the Ministry of Defense are... Well, I mean, it makes sense that they're just like regular toilets, because it's not just Japanese people using them, I guess.
Piece of junk.
And grab this guy.
Nice toy. What kind of ammo does it use?
How about you let me go, and I'll show you.
Don't get smart.
Okay, it's some kind of shock round. Electric.
Interesting. You have any extra?
Oh, it's not like you can shake me and make my ammo fall on the floor to pick up.
You're awfully flippant for someone with a knife to his throat.
All right. I think they keep some extras in the storeroom.
Retinal identification. Welcome.
I did like how Metal Gear and Splinter Cell contained like little nods to each other, because they're like 2 completely different types of stealth games, but both of them do pretty fantastic things. I really do enjoy the stealth genre. It's fun. So next we gotta disable this light. We're not even gonna bother going into the other room. We don't need anything else. 1945 is the code for this door. And then I'm gonna disable both of the cameras because sometimes the infrared cameras can just like see right through the walls. They're pretty kooky like that. We just have to access this computer once in order to be able to get access to the war room. And after that camera is disabled, we're gonna make a break for the war room.
A gray subcompact with license plate to Shibuya 300.
Fisher, GPS shows you're nearing the war room. Intelligence says it's a Tempest-hardened cube. The only way you'll be able to record what's going on in there is to find some way inside.
Tempest hardening might keep out electronic intruders, but I'm betting the room isn't airtight.
Probably not.
Alright, so we're going to disable this camera, and then we're going to move forward. If we try to throw a smoke bomb, then it's going to aggro. I like to go ahead and knock this dude on his ass. Then I put him by the alarm while his friend is like circling around. And we'll take him down too. One of the strats I had in mind was use smoke grenades, but this room is a little sensitive for that.
Sam, I've got some details on the building's infrastructure. This vent should come out directly over the war room.
I'll try and laser mic the meeting from there.
Good. We'll let you know when we have enough to make the Joint Chiefs happy.
Yeah, you can actually go up to the end of the vent here. It's okay.
It's secure. Yes, we're ready to connect. I can patch them through. Yes.
This is the reason why I wanted to keep the language in English here.
Admiral Otomo.
Admiral, what is the meaning of this?
You will repeal the post-war constitution. You will order the immediate remilitarization of Japan and return control of our nation to the order of the Emperor. The United States will support this act politically and militarily to release themselves from further financial and military obligations, thereby concluding our relationship in Asia.
This is impossible. Even if we repeal the Constitution, the Emperor would never...
The Emperor will do what the military tells him! I am not an unreasonable man. These efforts will take time. I have faith in your honor and prudence, so I give you 96 hours.
96? The people will never allow it.
If in 4 days these demands are not met, I will initiate the launch of a North Korean ballistic missile and sacrifice a Japanese city of my choosing. Regretfully, this will kill millions, but it will steal the will of the people if your appeals cannot. For the sake of your honor, and for the sake of Japan, I plead with you, do not force my hand in this matter.
That's it. He caught the signal.
My God.
Good God, Fisher. That confirms it. Otomo has been manipulating the Japanese government the entire time.
At least they're not sanctioning his actions. What's the next step? How do we stop Otomo?
If we're lucky, we might not have to.
What do you mean?
Grim?
I'm worried about that general, Fisher. He's been awfully quiet working on his laptop. Access it from here. Let's see what he's planning.
Will do.
What are our options? Can we retake the command center?
Affirmative. Ronan in position. Waiting for the word. Ronan, you are go. I'll repeat. You are go. Affirmative. Open it. Code's been changed. Back. Come on, open the door. Just about. Got it. Back up. We can clear. Go. Clear, clear, clear. We're in the tube. Watch your fire in there, Ronan. Affirmative. Form up. Keep it tight. Watch your angles. Ronan! Ronan! Come in, Ronan! Oh, come in! Ronan! Up! Ronan is locked! We're done!
The Admiral again, sir.
Admiral, we...
Fool! You waste your time to scheme like a dog. If you are unable to act honorably, then I will force you to act. You will not be able to deny the demands of the people after North Korea destroys one of our cities. You will know which one when it is annihilated.
What are our options? 72 hours. How do we contact the Emperor?
Good Lord! Otomo is going to launch a North Korean missile at his own country.
What's the time frame?
Could be hours, could be minutes. Get down there and destroy his servers.
What about extraction?
If you can't take out those servers before Otomo forces a launch, there won't be any reason to extract.
And if I do take out the servers?
We'll make that part up as we go.
That's half a plan if I've ever heard one.
Gotta OCP this camera. And then once we get out of the war room, we just take an elevator down. We don't have to knock out any more guards for the rest of the game.
I just got off the horn with the Joint Chiefs. I'm lifting the non-lethal mission parameter. Fifth freedom with everyone except Otomo.
You're kidding me.
We need to capture him alive. His profile is pretty clear. He won't lie to a war crimes tribunal in the face of the evidence. It would offend his sense of honor.
You need him to take responsibility so the rest of Japan is off the hook with North Korea.
Exactly. If Otomo dies, we're right back at square one. Bring him in breathing.
I thought I saw trees out here. Those aren't trees. That's seaweed. Really, really tall stalks of seaweed.
Sending another assault team! Cut the power to the elevators!
So we're just gonna keep dropping and dropping and dropping and grabbing.
North Korea just contacted NORAD and the president. They report that they've lost control of a launch facility. They can't abort, and they're not sure that they can destroy the missile on time.
How long?
They say 3 minutes until it's away.
I think I can reach the server in time.
Hurry up!
Now we're gonna move real slowly, like, for obvious reasons. Then we can jump over here and disable the lasers. Gotta watch out for that live wire, though. I'm pretty sure that can hurt you. Maybe it can't. I don't know. I didn't test it. Didn't feel like doing so. So we jump over here. We just move behind this radar over here. Or this, whatever it is. And the gun turret should not fire on us. Don't worry, the gun turret only faces one direction. It actually can't face this way. There's another objective here if you hack the computer. We got 191, blank 40, 4030, 191, 68, 4030.
Good thinking, Fisher.
Any line on what's going on in this place can only help.
Absolutely.
Okay, now we're gonna move backwards and we're gonna go into the conduit next to this guard. And then once we do that...
Thank God, Fisher. That aborted the launch.
Yeah, but I think it woke up the neighbors.
Get through them, Fisher. Then bring in Otomo alive.
My pleasure.
And just stay nice and slow. After we jump past this guy... Oh man. Fisher didn't grab the ledge. I thought I lost the level here. That would have been one hell of a way to end the level. But anyway, yeah, that's it. That's been Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. No damage, no alarms, no kills, 100% stealth.
What have you done, American?
Give it up, Admiral. It's over.
You think that I will surrender to you? You think that I will allow your people to strip me of my dignity? Throw me in chains? No, I think not. My people have endured your charming oppression for more than 60 years.
You say tomato.
Americans, always turning to their jokes when their hearts are full of fear. And you should be afraid. I may be defeated, but I am a man. and ideas are stronger than men. You may even prevent this war, American. But the dragon has awoken, and he will not be so easily sedated this time.
Now what?
I think someone is taking himself a bit too seriously.
We can't afford to let him die, Fisher. Get in there and stabilize him. Fast.
Man, he couldn't even cut his guts properly. He just, like, passed out. Lucky he didn't have anyone in there to chop off his head. Also, yeah, pulling out the knife totally stabilizes him.
Fisher. He's stable, but we still have to get him out of there. You're going to have to blast your way out.
We're over 100 feet underwater.
You're not pressurized, Fisher. It will be a shock, but you won't get the bends.
Next time, you're going on the mission and I'm making up the crazy plan.
Admiral Otomo, former head of the Japanese Information Self-Defense Force, made a surprise confession today on the witness stand at the Hague War Crimes trial. Otomo openly admitted conspiring to instigate war between the Koreas and the United States, claiming that In other news, China's ambassador to the United States, Long Dan, received the Nobel Peace Prize today for his efforts in defusing the Korean conflict. President Bowers today addressed the nation following the crisis that brought us to the brink of war.
Finally, I want to take a moment to thank those unsung heroes in the intelligence community, who may very well have saved our nation and the world from certain disasters.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The boss seems happy. How about that raise?
They're cutting us back. You'll have to settle for a vacation.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, ignore those 3 levels that didn't have 100%. I had to replay the playthrough in the middle of recording all this, but they're all individual levels, so... like, nothing you do in one level really carries over to the others. But yeah, that's a wrap. Thank you all very much for watching. If you enjoyed this playthrough, it wasn't a flat 0, but, you know, good enough for me, I think. I got no kills, I got no alarms, I got 100% stealth. It wasn't, like, all objectives either, but a lot of these additional objectives are, you know, they don't count really for anything either. Would have been interesting if it did, but anyhow. If you like this playthrough, I have other Splinter Cell no damage runs. If you look in my playlists, I will also include a link to the playlist in the pinned comment. Also, like, comment, and subscribe. If you want to support my bad challenge run habit, you can do so on my Patreon at patreon.com/CarcinogenSDA. Also, check out my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/CarcinogenSDA. That's pretty much it. Appreciate you guys. thank you for watching, and see you next time. Bye for now. Oh yeah, additionally, I will also do another playthrough of this game on the PS2 or GameCube version, depending on how I feel. Those versions of the game are actually very different from this one as far as, like, level layouts go. And, like, item arrangement, enemy arrangement, it's all very different. There was a similar thing that happened with Splinter Cell 1 on the Xbox and Splinter Cell 1 on PS2 and GameCube. So it's like that. Like, you end up playing, like, a completely different version of the game depending on, like, what system you own. It's kind of cool. So I might end up going pretty deep with just, like, all the versions of Splinter Cell just because I really like Splinter Cell. It's a great game series. It ain't perfect, but it's really good. Okay. There we are. I just wanted to tack that on. See you all next video. Bye for now.